Get started, guys. Regular meeting number 61 will come to order. Please stand for the playing of the national anthem. This evening, Council is pleased to have Senior Pastor of Serenity Baptist Church, Pastor Derek Bass, to pray with us this evening. Pastor, welcome to Council.
Let us pray. O most gracious and all-wise God, our Heavenly Father, we come before your presence with bowed down heads and a humble heart, acknowledging you for who you are in our very lives. And as I stand now, Father, on behalf of this council, we ask Him, Father God, that you will give them the wisdom and understanding and the leading of their guidance to do what it is they have been called to do at this branch of this city. We ask, Father God, that you will continue to hold each and every one of them in your hand, that every decision that they make would be done for your glory. For we ask it all in the matchless name of our Lord and risen Savior, we do pray. And for His sake, we ask it all. Let every heart say together, amen.
Amen. Thank you so much, Pastor. Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden. Any person who takes any actions to obstruct or interfere with the conduct of tonight's meeting may be charged with disturbing a lawful meeting pursuant to Columbus City Code 2317.12. Any person who enters those areas of City Council chambers reserved for city officials or invited guests may be charged with criminal trespass pursuant to Columbus City Code 2311.21.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal? Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This week's communications received by the Clerk's office are listed on the agenda and will be published in the City Bulletin. Are there any other communications to be read from the record?
Not at this time.
Are there any resolutions by members of Council, starting with President Pro Tem? Thank you, President Pro Tem. Councilmember Mitch Brown. Councilmember Dorans.
Thank you, President Harden. I do have one resolution this evening. As you're aware, and this body is aware, we've been engaged with the Department of Neighborhoods the past few months on our empowerment tour of the area commissions. Council would like to make sure that we're recognizing the important work of those that serve on these area commissions. Our plan is to do a quarterly presentation of a resolution for an area commissioner for their outstanding service. We'll be working with the Department of Neighborhoods to develop a nomination process for future honorees. But tonight, I'm excited to welcome and announce that our first recipient of this recognition is here with us. Commissioner Elwood Rayford. Would you and your wife please come to the podium? Mr. Rayford, we invited you down this evening to talk about voter registration and your efforts, but I hope you don't mind for us misleading you to be able to present you with this honor tonight. You're welcome to talk about voter registration, but we want to make sure we honor your service first. So, Council President, with your permission, I'd like to introduce resolution number 0347X-2019 from the floor to recognize and celebrate Elwood Rayford for his contributions to the Northeast Area Commission and to the City of Columbus. Elwood Rayford has served the Northeast Area Commission since 2003 and remains a leader in his community as the current chair of the commission. Born in Mississippi, before his parents moved him and his younger brothers to Toledo, Ohio, where he played football and graduated from Libby High School. Elwood moved to the city of Columbus to attend the Ohio State University to study and play football under the legendary coach Woody Hayes. Under Coach Hayes, wearing number 89, Elwood and the Buckeyes won multiple pairs of gold pants, which Commissioner Elwood oftentimes has with him, by beating that team up north 3 times and won a national championship in 1961. Hopefully we'll see another one of those this year. Commissioner Rayford has long been a civic leader in his neighborhood, and the city has been involved with the Northeast Area Commission, Columbus Recreation and Parks Advisory Council, the CMH Task Force and Advisory Committee, Blueprint Columbus Panel, Milo Grogan Recreation Center, the Somerset Civic Association, the Child Development Council of Franklin County, Howard Recreation Center Advisory Council, and serving as a deacon at the Mount Hermon Mission Baptist Church. I probably missed a few different groups that he's been involved with along the way, but we wanted to make sure we highlighted those. Elwood has been a champion of his community, evidenced in part by his trip he took with his neighbors to Washington, D.C. 25 years ago to advocate for funds from the Northeast Columbus community. The trip secured dollars from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, which led the way for resale of homes, additional streetlights, speed bumps, and beautification of the area, including 20 acres of land gifted to the city of Columbus and now known as Harrison Smith Park. Elwood has been happily married to his high school sweetheart, Miss Jean Rayford, who joins him here tonight. Thank you, Mrs. Jean, for your help fooling your husband tonight and making sure we were able to surprise him with this honor. I understand the two of you will be celebrating your 60th wedding anniversary on December 24th, so I think that deserves a round of applause. So Commissioner Rayford, from myself and this council, want to thank you for your commitment to your community and the city, and certainly want to invite you to make any remarks you'd like, whether it's on voter registration or any other topic here this evening.
He's shocked right now.
It's a pleasure. I worked for the city of Columbus for 30 years. I worked for the Recreation and Parks Department. I've done a lot of things in my lifetime, but the most important things that I've done is when I start working with the area commission. It is so important that we have people working for our area commissions, people who can get things done. The Northeast area, we have Easton. Now that's a handful, you know, but we tend to work very well with them. You know, we try to make sure that everything has a place. You know, we don't want scattered sites. We want everything. If you're going to be a hotel owner, build hotels, then we want you to build in an area where there are hotels. We don't want you to build hotels in our neighborhood. And that's a problem that we're faced with that right now. But I'm sure you'll find out about it, and I'll be back down here to tell you how much I don't appreciate you guys, you know, allowing them to build in our community. But it's been a pleasure. I've never worked with a group of people more interested than the people that I work with on the area commission. They're very dedicated, they're hard workers, and we never get a day off. Our phones ring 7 days a week. And Stanley and a group of guys had a meeting at Mount Hermon, and I sort of opened my mouth and told them, you guys don't do enough for us. And so that's why I'm here, for you guys to embarrass me, I know. But it's so important that the city realize how much area commissioners do on their time that saves the city an awful lot of money. If the city had to pay for all the times that we meet, you know, with businesses, you know, you guys would spend an awful lot of money. So I'm saying to you, do something for the area commissioners. You know, let them know that you appreciate them. That's so important, because if you don't, you'll lose them, and then you will start spending big bucks again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Don't go anywhere. One of the things that one of my first few months of joining council, I attended the Area Commission, and it was a pleasure to see the way that you all interact with the folks that come before the commission about the things that are happening in your neighborhood. I think the department would echo these comments about we view all 21 of the area commissions as the true neighborhood voice to make sure that, to your point, folks who have to live with what's going on in their neighborhood have a voice about what's going to happen in their neighborhood. And that's certainly something that struck me about you and the other folks at the commission to make sure that that was happening on that issue, particular issue that was happening there that evening. So with that, do any of my Councilmember Remy?
Chair Rayford, thank you so much for what you do for the community. It truly is, it's a volunteer position, and you really are the first line representative for our city. And we know that there are a lot of calls that come at different times of the day, but we certainly appreciate all that you do. At night, that's right. I used to tell people there's a reason why I'm asking you about that pothole, because 5 people have called me and asked already. So we certainly appreciate all that you do, and we know that the Northeast area is in good stead under your leadership. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Any of my colleagues have any other comments?
I know Miss Tyson. She was one of my kids years ago on Fifth Avenue.
That's exactly right.
What's the name of the place now? I can't remember the
That
name
was
of the school.
Shepherd.
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 Remember.
Shepherd Recreation Center,
Yes.
Shepherd School.
Yes.
So thank you for your service to this community.
Okay.
And just appreciate your leadership. And yes, I used to go to the Shepherd Recreation Center, which is in an old school. And you were certainly there making sure that the young people in that community could look up to you as a mentor, and you provide services to each of us. So congratulations on this award, and also may God
An
continue.
award?
Well, this recognition. Recognition. I'm saying
I think I better
recognition.
take you
There
now.
it is.
Do I get a cruise?
Come on. A cruise. Oh. A cruise.
Thank you. Before we start handing out cruises, I'm going to ask to move for adoption.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Adopted.
Thank you, Council President. That's all I have this evening.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Favor.
Thank you, President Harden. Tonight, I have Resolution 0340X-2019 to commemorate Josh Cox for his contributions to the City of Columbus and to congratulate him on his retirement from the City Attorney's Office. Josh is on his way up. If any family or friends would like to join him, please feel free to do so. Josh Cox began his career in the Columbus City Attorney's Office in March 2000 under the leadership of former City Attorney Janet E. Jackson. In 2009, Josh was promoted to Chief Counsel by former City Attorney Richard C. Pfeiffer, Jr. Over the years, Josh has worked diligently to provide legal counsel to all city officials regarding a variety of issues surrounding city services, legislation, contracts, zoning, and other vital matters related to the day-to-day operations of city government. Josh has helped countless attorneys and staff members in the City Attorney's Office navigate the unique and sometimes downright bizarre legal issues that the City of Columbus has faced throughout the years. He often reminds the newer attorneys that even they can be a legistar, and insert joke there. Josh's humble and low-key approach to all matters, big and small, coupled with his ever-present sense of humor, allowed for easy resolution of anything that was brought to him. He never missed the opportunity to use an on-target pun or a reference to The Simpsons to make his point, by which he could live out his favorite motto, "Funny doesn't get old." Josh has always had a way of making extremely complicated information somewhat exciting, and most importantly, understandable for attorneys and non-attorneys. You have always been kind and approachable and ready to break the law down, and for that, I want to sincerely thank you. On behalf of the citizens of Columbus, we commend Josh Cox for his commitment to public service throughout his professional career and honor the positive and undeniable impact he made while working with elected officials, staff members, government agencies, academia, the business community, nonprofit organizations, neighborhood groups, and the residents of our great city. City Attorney Zach Klein, would you like to make any comments? Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You may take your seat, Mr. Cox. I think I mentioned this when I see Tim Magnet, when he retired, that when you're a new city attorney coming into a position like this, to have wonderful staff that aren't bailing on you, but want to be part of your own personal growth. And so, Josh, I really appreciate the fact that you could retire at any time, but chose to stick out to help me build a wonderful city attorney team and do the things on behalf of the city of Columbus that I'm very particularly proud of and could not be accomplished without you. I'm certainly going to really miss your wit, miss your ability, as Councilmember Favor indicated, your ability to break down pretty complicated and historical perspective legal knowledge of folks that come with, especially eager council members, which I was certainly one, with different ideas that have been tried in the past and for various reasons have failed or could not be done because of preclusions in state law or federal law. But just your breadth of experience to be able to navigate those and help the city of Columbus is truly invaluable. I dare say I've reached legendary status in the city of Columbus, and which is why, with all the powers invested in me, I declare this Josh Cox Day in the city of Columbus.
You don't have that authority.
Oh, see, I knew there was something missing there, and that's why Josh is so great. He just keeps me in check. In all honesty, Josh and I were talking prior to the meeting. And interestingly enough, Josh started his career at the Department of Liquor for the state of Ohio. And so now on the final council meeting in December, which is Liquor Objection Day, you get to end your career on liquor objections. So it all comes full circle after a very accomplished career, and one where you've provided countless important advice to various mayors, various city attorneys, various council presidents and council members, and that you are someone that will be truly missed, and I wish you the best in retirement, and thank you for your service. Actually, while I have the mic, council member, if it's okay, just for everyone from the city attorney's office maybe to stand up, because there's a lot of folks here that Josh has served with and is just really, really special. Tim, it's okay for you to stand up. It's fine.
In
retired.
The balcony too.
But we just really appreciate you, Josh, and thank you for everything that you've done.
Do any of my colleagues have any comments? Yes, Councilmember Tyson.
Thank you, Councilmember Favor. Josh, I am absolutely going to miss you. Since I've been on council now almost 13 years, I know that I could always call you and get an answer. I know that sometimes people think that council members have all the answers. We absolutely don't. And we have to be able to talk to our city attorney's office to get assistance. And every single time that I've called you, you've called me right back. You've been able to answer my question, and I've been able to then move forward and do the work that I've been assigned to do by the residents of Columbus. So I will truly miss you. I will truly miss you. And I just wish you well as you continue to move forward. But you have been a guiding light, and you'll be missed, certainly by me. I wish you well. Thank you.
Councilmember Remy.
So I was just adding it up, and you've only been here for 19 years. I think it's a little bit premature for you to be retiring. You've been a really valuable asset as a community leader. We knew that we could count on you, and we've had conversations over the years on a variety of different topics, and certainly as a council member to provide that, breaking it down, getting down to the basics, sometimes very complicated legal issues. I just wanted to double check, is your cell phone staying the same? Because it will be, I'll still be.
I'm taking the fifth on that.
But seriously, we're excited for your next step and chapter in your life, and we are truly going to miss you. I think everyone up here would agree with that. So best of luck to you. Happy holidays, and hope you enjoy the rest of the next chapter.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Brown.
I wish I had a really good joke prepared, because I don't really feel worthy of taking the mic and thanking you without one, but I did not want to let the opportunity go by to thank you. Your council throughout my first term on council has been E-L and I-L, right? Has been really instrumental to so many policies that my office has worked on. So thank you, Josh, and I'm echoing all of my colleagues and how much we will miss you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Brown?
Thank you. Josh, should I tell the truth or should I tell what you tell me to tell?
The truth never hurts.
Oh, okay. Well, back in Josh and I and Tim Mangan spent a lot of time together at the Levesque Tower, squared away in a room, trying to figure out how to deal with the issues involving the Department of Justice. That's when I first got a chance to spend time with Josh and him and Judge Peoples. The three of us, the four of us actually put together a plan to deal with the issues. I was impressed then, and I'm impressed now. We had the benefit of working together on a variety of different projects, that one being the most significant. But the most fun is yoga class. Josh and I would go to yoga, and we would talk about things before the yoga class, and then we'd talk about things after yoga class. And it helped clear our heads in a variety of different ways. You'll be missed, my friend, without question. And God bless.
Thank you.
Yes, Rob?
Thank you, Chair. Josh, I just wanted to not make a joke because I know I'm probably not going to get away with that this evening. But my short time in council, I just want to say that a couple things that I appreciate about your service to the city is, one, a lawyer with a sense of humor goes a long way. And as someone who's also a lawyer who tries to have a sense of humor, thank you for yours. And two, the ability to break down complex things and make sure that folks understand the clarity of what they need to have. That's also, unfortunately, an all too rare skill sometimes in the legal profession. And I just want to say, my short time here on council, certainly have recognized and appreciated your ability to do that with folks up on this dais. So thank you for your service to Columbus.
Thank you.
Yes, City Attorney?
Sorry, Councilmember Doran's sparked one more thought that I wanted to share. You know, I'm always cognizant of the fact that general counsel's offices are where good ideas go to die. And not just in the city of Columbus, but just generally in corporate America and lawyers generally. And Josh has always been someone that tries to get to yes. And that is a unique quality for a lawyer. And it's one that I really appreciate. And so I know when it eventually becomes no from Josh, it probably is a no, versus the default position that lawyers have, which is generally being cautious and conservative and which is fine. It's a fine position. But Josh is someone that I know that will exhaust all possibilities to get to yes. And I think that is a tremendous attribute that has served the city well. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Council President.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Favor. Thank you for bringing this recognition. City Attorney, what you have heard from my colleagues, to sum it up, is that you are the trusted voice. When we all call, and in our office we have a refrain, what did Josh say? Seriously, on all the issues. And we appreciate that, and I think it's because of what Councilmember Tyson said and what Mitch said. You're accessible. I mean, we can call you anytime about any issue, and your feedback was unbiased, unvarnished, and we appreciated that. And so this council certainly will miss you, but because you've been such a leader there, you have left several folks, you left your mark on several folks in the city attorney's office, and so we look forward to working with the city attorney's office after you're gone, but we really, really appreciate everything that you gave to the city and the service that you gave on behalf of the residents of Columbus. Thank you, and congratulations on your next.
Thank you. And with that, I would move for adoption.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Adopted.
Josh, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Favor, President Harden, members of council. It's nice to hear those good words, and I'm not even dead yet, which is good. But if it were up to me, I'd be here on Friday and gone on Mondays, but I do appreciate the kind words. I've had a lot of people ask me why now. It is somewhat arbitrary, but I just decided that 35 years of working for politicians was enough for me. No offense to any politicians who might be in the room, as far as you know. But it's been, it seems a lifetime ago that I started. 35 years ago, I was just 4 years old, and I started my government career. A little bit later than that, but like a lot of people, I came to Columbus to go to school, and in my case to law school at Ohio State. And while I was a first-year law student there, I answered an ad in the OSU Lantern looking for volunteers to work in the legislative office of then Governor Sleth's office. So I started out my career working for nothing, but eventually I proved enough value that I was put on the payroll, and I've had my snout in the government trough ever since. So hopefully it's provided some value. I think I've tried to work on a standard that what I want me working for me, and I think as a taxpayer that's partly true. I hope I've lived up to that standard. But I know there are probably some directors out there thinking, I got better advice from a magic 8-ball than this guy, but the 8-ball will be staying, and you can never go wrong with reply hazy or ask again later. So those are two of my favorite answers to any question. I want to seriously thank Janet Jackson for bringing me over from the Attorney General's office almost 20 years ago. Rick Pfeiffer for keeping me and making me chief counsel in 2009, and Zach Klein for letting me stay and go on my own timeline. I've appreciated my time here, and I was telling Clerk Blevins, I think she may be the only person on council. I think I'm on the 5th council president of my career, and I think Angie's the only one that's been here the whole time. So they're all yours, Angie. But it's been, I've enjoyed my time here, and I will miss the people. Well, most of the people. Well, let's just say there are people I will miss, and leave it at that. But having sat through more than my fair share of these pre-break meetings and end-of-year meetings, I know that everybody out there is thinking, for God's sake, stop talking so we can get on with the meeting. So that's what I'm going to do. Thank you.
Where are you going? Where are you going? Hold on. So I think it's safe to say that the Josh Cox comedy tour starts January 2020. Right. And don't fret if you still want to hang out with Josh before he departs us. He has a retirement party on this Wednesday. It starts at 3, the lower level of 77 South Front Street. And last but not least, just a brief announcement. My office will be hosting community hours on this Wednesday, December 18th from 4:30 to 6 at the Reeb Avenue Center. Please join me for my final community hour of 2019 and the opportunity to discuss your questions and concerns. I will have hot chocolate and holiday treats. Nice. That is all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Remy.
Thank you very much, Council President Hardin. I have 2 resolutions this evening. I'd like to preface my first resolution by stating that Presidential Executive Order 13888 of September 26, 2019 directed the U.S. Secretary of State and U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services to get written consent from state and local jurisdictions if they choose to continue welcoming the placement or settlement of refugees in their communities. In response, I offer this ordinance. Ordinance number 344X 2019 to reaffirm that the City of Columbus is a welcoming city and to reaffirm support for resettling refugees in our great city. Whereas the City of Columbus represents and welcomes all residents regardless of national origin, and it's committed to making Columbus a city that provides opportunity for all. And whereas the City of Columbus is home to an increasingly diverse population, including refugees and immigrants from across the world, who add to the economic strength and cultural richness of this community. And whereas in 2018, more than 70.8 million people worldwide were forced from their homes, more than any time in recorded history, including over 25.9 million refugees, and more than half of the world's refugees are children. And whereas, by definition, refugees are people who have fled violence in their home countries, including fear of persecution due to their race, religion, nationality, social status, or political affiliation. And whereas resettlement to the U.S. is only available for those who demonstrate the greatest and most immediate need for protection, including torture survivors, the physically disabled, LGBTQIA+ individuals, and women and lone children at risk, all of whom can neither return home nor stay in their host country due to their extreme vulnerability, and takes place only after eligible refugees undergo a rigorous selection, security vetting, and medical screening process. And whereas in February 2017, Mayor Andrew J. Ginther signed an executive order that expanded refugee rights in Columbus and solidified the city's dedication to preserving them. And whereas with the increasing national effort to lower refugee admissions, the City of Columbus has a responsibility to reaffirm its commitment to welcoming refugees. And whereas it is in the best interest of the City of Columbus to reduce or eliminate any barriers that adversely affect the opportunity of all residents to achieve success and experience peace and prosperity. Now therefore be it resolved by this Council of the City of Columbus that the City of Columbus is a welcoming city and reaffirms its support for resettling refugees no matter their race, religion, gender identity, sexual orientation, nationality, or country of origin. And that to the extent allowed, this council consents to and welcomes initial resettlement in Columbus as per the terms of the Executive Order 13888 on enhancing state and local involvement in resettlement. And that this council's consent and outreach regarding Executive Order 13888 is not in any way an endorsement of the legality or intent of the order. And that this council urges the Governor of Ohio and all local governments to consent to the initial resettlement of refugees as per the terms of Executive Order 13888. And that a certified copy of this resolution shall be transmitted to the U.S. Department of State, Bureau of Population, Refugees and Migration, and the Office of Governor Mike DeWine. And that the City of Columbus calls upon our local, state, and federal representatives and other local jurisdictions in Central Ohio to join in support of a regional commitment to resettle the most vulnerable refugees and expand opportunity and inclusion for all residents. That this resolution shall take effect at the earliest date allowable under law. It's unfortunate that this president is asking us to jump through hoops to reaffirm what we know is to be truth here in the City of Columbus, that our city is a better city because of the rich cultural diversity that our immigrants, refugees, and new Americans have brought into this community. So it is therefore the reason that this resolution is so important, maybe one of the most important things that we've done this year. We are affirming, with my colleagues' support, that we are a very welcoming community, and we hope that our neighboring communities will do so as well. I do have one speaker slip this evening I'd like to call on. It is Angie Plummer. If you would step forward and to the podium, state your name, any organization that you may represent, and you have 3 minutes to speak on this topic.
Thank you. My name is Angie Plummer. I'm the Executive Director of CRIS, Community, Refugee, and Immigration Services. Thank you, President Hardin, President Pro Tem Brown, and each individual member of Council. On behalf of CRIS, I'd like to thank each of you individually and collectively for your ongoing year-by-year support for the refugees coming to our community. This City Council has recognized by your words and your actions that resettlement has economically and culturally benefited our city. Historically, refugee resettlement has maintained bipartisan support. It is about saving lives, not partisan politics. But the President of the United States, through Executive Order 13888, is now requiring states and local communities to affirmatively opt in to resettle refugees. Failing to provide consent does not mean refugees will cease to arrive to a community. It means federal resources to support refugee integration and community infrastructure will dry up. Failing to consent will lead to family separations. For example, we have a family, a niece and 2 nephews, supposed to arrive on Thursday. They're coming to join their aunt who lives in a Columbus suburb. When the executive order goes into effect, they couldn't join her. They couldn't live with her. They would be split up if that suburb doesn't consent. There are legal challenges to the executive order, but we're engaging in this process because thousands of lives hang in the balance and families are waiting to be reunited. Our community is strengthened by refugee resettlement. The 2015 Impact of Refugees in Central Ohio report that was supported in large part by this city demonstrated that an estimated yearly total contribution of refugees in Franklin County is $1.6 billion. We should want refugees to come here because we have the capacity to help them and the desire to, but also because we need them to contribute to our economy. We at CRIS, and all of you, see it every day in the faith-based groups, the schools, the civic groups, and individual volunteers that there is a welcome mat out for refugees in Columbus. In our city, there is a great collaboration between public and private partners. I am deeply grateful for the City Council and Mayor Ginter in truly leading the way to provide a welcoming community. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments for my colleagues? President Pro Tem Brown.
Thank you, Councilmember Remy. Thank you for bringing this resolution forward. I just briefly want to thank you, Angie, and Chris for the work you do in Columbus, for the work you do for refugees, for the work you do to provide families a sense of stability in a very difficult time. In this room, so many of us understand, because we see it every day in our city, the economic and cultural benefit, as you said, of refugees coming here. But I want to emphasize that it's our moral obligation as well. This is one of the great moral issues of our time, and you are on the front lines. Thank you for that. I think decades from now, we're going to look back at this time in history, what the federal government has been doing to refugees across the world, and we're going to be ashamed. We're going to tell our children, what did we do? And thank you for living out what we all should do on a daily basis in your organization.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your...
Thank you, Councilmember Remy, for sponsoring this resolution.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions before us this evening, I move for passage.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Adopted.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. Moving on, next I have another resolution. May I proceed?
Sure. Please.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Jimmy Korova, Mike Korova, and the entire Korova family to the podium as I introduce ordinance number 325X 2019. To recognize, celebrate, and congratulate TAT Restaurante de Familia, located at 1210 South James Road, on its 90th anniversary. I'll give you a moment to come forward.
Okay, everybody ready?
Let me read through this real quick. Ordinance number 325X 2019 to recognize, celebrate, and congratulate TAT Restaurante di Familia, located at 1210 South James Road on its 90th anniversary. TAT Restaurante di Familia is the oldest Italian restaurant in the city of Columbus. Opened by Pete and Filomena Kurova in 1929, it was originally located on Goodale Street, north of downtown Columbus. Affectionately referred to as Papa Pete and Mama Filomena, the couple immigrated to the United States from the sunny shores of Italy shortly after the turn of the century and started this restaurant to share the best that Italy has to offer with friends, family, and neighbors. And TAT Restaurante was the first in Columbus to serve pizza in 1934, which has now become America's best-selling food item. Jimmy Kurova, son of Pete and Filomena and his wife Dolores, opened their first restaurant at the corner of Broad and James in 1955, a second restaurant in 1962, and consolidated their facilities into one restaurant in 1980 at the corner of James and Livingston, located at 1210 South James Road. TAT Restaurante is known to generations of Columbus residents as a quality family dining establishment and a fixture of the East Side business community. The city of Columbus is proud to have TAT Restaurante di Familia here for residents and visitors to experience. 90 years down and many more to go, now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the City of Columbus that this council does hereby recognize and celebrate TAT Ristorante di Familia on its 90th anniversary in the city of Columbus on Monday, December 16, 2019. Mike, I'll go ahead and turn the floor over to you.
Thank you. Council President Hardin, Council Member Remy, and other members of council, on behalf of the Kurova family, thank you for this resolution in recognition of the longevity of our family business, history, and service to the community. It is with great pride and pleasure that we accept this honor, but we also recognize that along with exceptional food and customer service, we have had great staff and loyal customers throughout the years to help us attain this milestone, and we look forward to serving the community for many years to come. Thank you, the Kurova family. Oh, also, we're located at 1210 South James Road.
In case they missed it.
The corner of Livingston and James.
It's now a matter of public record, too. If you wouldn't mind, if each of you would introduce yourself and who you are in the family.
Go ahead, Mom.
But at the podium, so people can hear.
Okay. I'm Dolores Kurova, wife of Jimmy Kurova.
I'm Jim Kurova, the husband of Dolores.
I'm Marianne Kirkbride, daughter of Jimmy and Dolores. I'm Michelle Kurova, daughter of Jimmy and Dolores.
I'm Jamie Lord. I'm granddaughter of Jimmy. I'm Kendall Kirkbride, granddaughter of Jimmy and Dolores. I'm Kelsey Kirkbride, and I'm granddaughter of Jimmy and Dolores.
Grandma and Grandpa, that suffices. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening?
Congratulations.
Yes. Go ahead, Councilmember Tyson.
I just want to say thank you. My husband absolutely loves coming to your restaurant. We live in the Eastmore area. We come there often. He loves coming for the early bird special, and he loves the lasagna. And it's just a great business. You're always so friendly when you're there. I know that you also work closely with Bishop Hartley High School. Some of young people work there. So thank you for employing young people in your restaurant, and thank you for really having just a great place in the neighborhood for people to come and eat some delicious Italian food. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I will say that I just mentioned that I stopped in there just not too long ago. I had some community hours at the Livingston branch of the library and stopped in and ate by myself. And Jimmy's question to me was, how was the service? Did we take care of you okay? And of course you did. It's always a great experience when we go in there and eat. So thank you for your longevity, for being here so long. And I think you just mentioned you just found out you're the third longest operating family restaurant in the United States. Well, that's pretty awesome. So congratulations. I will now move for passage.
Second. Please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Adopted.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
And with that, those are all the resolutions I have. I'd just like to take a moment to wish the City of Columbus, the residents of the City of Columbus, my colleagues, we still have a little bit to get through tonight, but certainly want to wish all of you a safe and happy holiday season. So no matter what holiday you may celebrate, wishing you the very best. Looking forward to thank you for all that we've been able to accomplish this year and what we'll continue to accomplish tonight, but certainly want to say I'm looking forward to the new year. And so everybody have a great holiday. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Tyson.
Thank you. I don't have any resolutions, but I do have some certificates to give out, and I'm going to ask Ms. Zerka Abid, from the founder and executive director of My Project USA, to walk towards the podium and to bring her volunteers with her, please. And we want to recognize Zerka and all the volunteers for their 3 years of committed volunteer service to the My Family Pantry, an initiative of My Project USA and the Mid-Ohio Food Bank, empowering youth and their families and uplifting individuals who in underserved communities. And Zerka, I'm gonna the podium is now yours to share your comments about all that you have accomplished in order to ensure that residents of our communities have access to healthy food, affordable food, and local food, which is part of the Local Food Action Plan. Zerka, the mic is yours.
Thank you. I begin in the name of God, the most merciful, the most beneficent. All praise is due to him. He solely is the provider of all the providence. We are simply his agent to serve the humanity. Honorable Council Member Priscilla Tyson, thank you so much for this invitation and recognition. We appreciate it very much. President Harden and all of the other council members, thank you so much for having us here again and for your support to My Project USA over the years. We are truly blessed to have a city council that is our partner, that we can rely on in empowering and protecting our youth and families in need and at risk. We all know that hungry children are easy prey. Food insecurity is a real issue. A warm meal could give leverage to any criminal on a child as they lure them in committing crimes in exchange of meals. In the Hilltop area, which is recognized as a food desert, food insecurity is a real issue. It is an even bigger issue because of the high number of pimps and drug dealers on the Sullivan Avenue and the surrounding areas. That is exactly why we started food distribution as soon as we embarked our journey of protecting our youth. In 2015, the food distribution started from my kitchen in Hilliard, where we would pack the food baskets and bring it to the needy families door to door in Hilltop areas. In 2016, with the help of my sister Dorothy Hassan right here, we were able to partner with Mid-Ohio Food Bank and kicked off the formal family pantry on the Thanksgiving weekend. In these 3 years, which is 156 weeks from November of 2016 to November of 2019, we closed only on one Sunday because of a severe snowstorm. We have served about 2.5 million meals and snacks to 17,150 households. 90,316 individuals are served. 54,194 out of them are children. 3,359 seniors. About 3,000 volunteers have contributed to about 15,000 volunteer hours in 3 years, which is equal to 288,750 labor hours. And here I want to take a pause and say that this is a pantry which is run by Muslim youth, immigrant and refugees, children of immigrant refugees, and exactly what we just heard in the council chambers about the contribution. I say this pantry is a gift of Muslim community to the city of Columbus. It's a gift of all these children, these youth who have worked very hard. I'm diverting from what I wrote here because I want to share that on January of 2017, when President Donald Trump signed this executive order to ban the refugees and Muslims from several countries, that day was a snowy day in Columbus. That was a Friday. We had a truck parked outside. Our doors to the pantry were very small. We couldn't have pallet jack or pallets to come in directly. It took 6 hours to some of these volunteers who are standing right here, right now, to transfer that food, oranges and apples and everything one by one in shopping cart, in 3 shopping carts that we had at that time, into the store. And that day he signed that executive order. Next morning we passed that about 8,000 pounds of food to several families in the neighborhood. And that is what refugee and immigrants do in Columbus. And I take a lot of pride in that. And I want to share that in that area where we serve, there are families, our clients have shared with us that they did not have fruits that they ate for years. The children in my programs have told me that they did not know the taste of certain fruits. And it breaks my heart. They did not know the taste of certain fruits until they started coming and their parents brought fruit from our pantry to their home. So I say Alhamdulillah, thanks it to God, praises to God, but at the same time I also want to say to the resident of Columbus that in the last 3 years, at several occasions, when our pantry clients have also been served with so many other things, including clothing, household items, toys, financial services, legal aid services, and dental supplies, winter gears, and many other things. Our pantry is 100% led and managed by Muslim youth volunteers. Nobody has ever paid a single penny to run this pantry to this day. In the last 3 years, about 50 young adults have been trained into different leadership roles: teamwork, conflict resolution, time management, customer service, cultural competency, money management, and many more. And this itself is a great contribution. And with that, I just want to pass it to our new director, John Galasso, who is taking his position as pantry director, to share his thoughts.
Well, my name is John Galasso, and I'm the incoming director of My Family Pantry. I'm currently studying information systems at The Ohio State University, and I plan on graduating in 2022. First off, before I begin, I would like to thank all of the volunteers who have spent countless hours helping our cause. Without them, we would not be here today at all. So about a year ago, I began volunteering here at My Family Pantry, and I fell in love with the mission. I knew that I wanted to get more involved in my community. I knew that I wanted to get more involved in this organization and be able to make a bigger impact on the community. Even though I didn't grow up near Sullivan Avenue, I began to feel a connection to it. Clients who I saw as strangers in the beginning, just faces passing through, became familiar, and eventually people who I knew by name. Having this personal connection and interaction with the community members is essential to properly serving them and helping to alleviate the troubles they experience through poverty. I plan to carry this mindset into my role as director, and I think that that is a very important reason why we have student leaders in this organization. This type of experience is priceless. Both volunteers and board members see the real-world impact that our actions have. These are real people that rely on us every week to provide food for them. And speaking as a student, there's no class or curriculum that can truly capture the importance of this. We need your support to continue our work. There are a lot of boxes and other packaging that we have to dispose of every week. We normally fill up a whole garbage can every single week, and we have to call in trash removal often. This is a huge monthly expense to us. If there's any way you could help alleviate this cost, it would help us free our funds to grow our operation and allow us to increase the impact we have on our community. Another problem that we experience is when we have leftover produce. We have very limited refrigerator space to use, so we are unable to pass out excess produce beyond what our small fridges can handle. This means that sometimes food can go to waste rather than feeding the hungry that actually need it. Lastly, in the past, there have been a few situations that Sister Zerka talked about where we needed police on the premise. But by the time the police had arrived, the situation had passed. In response to this, we hired a private security officer because volunteer safety is very important to us. However, recently we've had to discontinue that service because our tight budget has no room for security. If there's any way we could have the city provide police protection for us, it would help us immensely. I just want to thank you all for coming out today. I know that the holidays are coming up. This is a great moment for our pantry, and we thank you all for inviting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. And I'm just going to take a few minutes, have each of you introduce yourselves and tell us what positions that you are holding at the pantry.
Hi, so my name is Elijah Dowdy, and I have been volunteering with the pantry for about almost 1.5 years now. And like he said, it's been a great experience, and nothing can compare to it.
And also, if you're attending school, state your school.
So I just recently graduated yesterday from The Ohio State University, and yes, thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Noral Hashimi. I've been volunteering with the pantry for the past 2.5 years, and I'm the incoming client relations director. So I go to The Ohio State University.
Hi, my name is Ayat Ibrahim. I go to the OSU, Ohio State University. I'm studying neuroscience and psychology, and I've been volunteer here for 1.5 years now, and I'm the volunteer coordinator.
Hi, I'm Rihanna Jones, and I've been volunteering at my family pantry for almost 2 years now, and I also attend OSU, and I study microbiology.
Hi, I'm Sophia Mateen, and I study at OSU. I've been volunteering at my family pantry for the past 2 years, and I'm the new incoming outreach here. Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Dorothy Hassan. Under Sister Zerka's direction, I am an adult mentor for the pantry.
Hi, my name is Anera Zek, and I go to Metro Early College High School, and I am the incoming director of social media.
Hello, my name is Bayan Shelesh. I'm the current client relations manager, and I do go to Ohio State as well.
And Bayan has been there from day one, even before we started, and she's very humble to mention that.
Hi, my name is Aya Zagir. I'm studying dental hygiene at Columbus State, and that's my 4th month volunteer.
Thank you. Well, again, I just want to say thank you. It's so wonderful to be able to see young people, one who are continuing with their education, just graduated, but also giving of your time to this community. Okay. And just really do appreciate that over the last 3 years that you have served 17,000 households and been able serving 90,000 individuals and 2.5 million meals to our community. And certainly, we don't have the resources to be able to do the work that you're doing in our community, and we very much thank you. We also will follow up with you around those other issues that you discussed with us about the other needs that you have, certainly because you are serving our community. I wish you well, and again, congratulations, and thank you for our service. I have certificates for each of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. And lastly, but certainly not least, I have Resolution 0342X and Resolution 0343X to honor and recognize and celebrate the service of W. Ashana Gibbs for her outstanding dedication to public service. Would School Board Member Shauna Gibbs please come forward? I would normally say, and anybody you brought with you, but I don't think that would work. So what I'm going to ask, anybody who is here to celebrate, support, and recognize our school board member, would you please stand during her presentation? That's awesome. Like I said, I have Resolution 0343X-2019 is to honor, to recognize, and celebrate W. Shauna Gibbs for outstanding dedication and public service to the Columbus City School District. I can say that being a council member is hard. However, being a school board member is darn near impossible. As a city council member, we manage the public's assets, their roads, their buildings. But as an educator, and one that's elected to the school board, you manage our most important asset, our children.
Yes.
We are very grateful, very, very, very grateful for your many years of service. I'll read a few stanzas of the resolution that we prepared. It says, whereas W. Shauna Gibbs is a proud graduate of the Columbus Alternative High School. Go Pegasus.
You can let me sit down.
The school board member said you could sit down. Clark Atlanta University and is a longtime resident of the city of Columbus. And whereas Shauna Gibbs, W. Shauna Gibbs was first elected to the Columbus Board of Education in 2007 and was reelected in 2011 and 2015 to serve a total of 12 years on the Columbus Board of Education. And whereas W. Shauna Gibbs was elected by her peers to serve as the board president and vice president in 2013. And whereas this recognition is just a small token of appreciation for her dedication and public service to the city of Columbus, its community, and its children. Be it resolved by the City Council, by the City of Columbus, that this council does hereby honor and recognize W. Shauna Gibbs for her outstanding dedication to public service. Do we have any comments by my colleagues before we turn it over?
Thank you, President Harden.
Thank you, Councilman.
Shauna, we were elected the same year, 2007. And I appreciated running with you. I've always appreciated running every time we ran together, but I also appreciate your leadership. As President Harden mentioned, it isn't easy being an elected official, but certainly when you are caring for our children, who I know you dearly care about, you care about our kids, and that I just appreciate your care and consideration of our children. You certainly will be missed. You have been such a strong advocate for the Columbus City School System and our children. So I wish you well on your, wherever God's plans for you. I know He has great plans in store for you. And again, I just thank you for giving up almost every Tuesday or every other Tuesday of your life to be at a meeting, as well as an elected official. You're an elected official 24/7. And I just thank you for your service, and I know your family members would be very, very proud of you, of what you've done for our kids. Thank you so much for your service.
Please.
I just want to say we've had the opportunity to work together many of those 13, or was it 13 years?
13.
Almost 13 years, yeah. So appreciate your leadership. I appreciate your passion for our children. And I think that many a meeting I've seen that come out from you. And so wish you the best in retirement. And thank you for all that you've done for the Columbus City Schools.
Councilmember Favor.
So, Ms. Gibbs, to my sister, you are the definition of a true public servant. The work that you've done in this community is undeniable. There are so many women that have showed up here for you tonight because your work is authentic, it's genuine, and you bring a different perspective to this work. We are definitely going to miss you in this space. I refuse to believe that you are done. You are just beginning. Nope, speak it into existence. But I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. We've always had a connection. You have always been someone that I could talk to, someone that I could trust, and I want to thank you for that. Thank you for your leadership in this space and in our community.
Thank you, Councilmember. President Pro Tem.
Board Member Gibbs, you know, I really think that Councilmember Tyson hit the nail on the head, that you are an elected official 24/7, and as President Harden said, the school board is responsible for our kids. That burden for 12 years everywhere you go, because one thing I know about you is you show up, right? You always show up. And I think that it can't be understated, what that means to people across our city to see one of the 7 folks who's in charge of managing our most precious assets shows up 24/7 and is ready to answer to the constituents when they need it. So thank you for that. And I also, just on a personal note, want to thank you for showing up for, some of my work with the schools too. In particular, it means a lot to know that we have champions on the school board. It really does. So I do want to personally thank you for that.
Councilmember.
As you can tell by Ms. Gibbs' reaction, Shauna, again, to restate what everyone has said would be just inappropriate, because again, the evidence is all these folks who are here acknowledging you this evening. If you turn around and look at the beautiful mosaic of folks who are behind you, all of whom expressing their love and their appreciation for your honesty and for your integrity. Our friendship goes back a long, long way, as you well know. But you'll be missed here. And thank you for all the hard work that you've done for this community. It's appreciated.
And I'd just like to add, whenever you have a transition in life in which you're leaving something you've done for, these many years, move on to something new, the work that you've done of those years will outlive the time that you spent at the board. So, not only the kids today in the district, but the kids certainly in the future, the very tough work that you've done for a very long time are going to benefit from that. So thank you for doing that, and thank you for, whether those kids are in kindergarten right now or in high school, those kids are going to benefit from all that tough work that folks put in for all those years. So that service will continue to pay dividends down the line. So thank you for doing so for the kids today and the kids tomorrow.
With that, we'll turn it over to you, W. Shauna Gibbs.
Thank you, President Harden, President Pro Tem Brown, members of council, thank you all. The word says, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, and lean not to thine own understanding, but in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. And I am so grateful for the last 13 years. He has directed my path and the stewardship of Columbus City Schools. The mission of Columbus City Schools is that each student is highly educated, prepared for leadership and service, and empowered for success as a citizen in the global community. And we thank Columbus City Council for being our partner in success for the children in this city. Whether they are a member of Columbus City Schools or they ride our bus to a Catholic, a private, or parochial school, we are an integral part of the city of Columbus. And I thank you for the years of your support and your service to the district. If you are an alumni of Columbus City Schools, would you stand up? Where are the alumni? These are, see, look at that, an amazing array. Thank you so much for being an example to our young people. You can have a seat of all of the great things you can do, and especially our president, who is not just an alum, but an alum of the Columbus Alternative High School. Kaz alum, let me hear it. Yes, 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 we are in the house. I am just so thankful for the 51,000 kids and their families that I've been able to serve throughout these years, and I couldn't have done it without a number of people. So to our partner in chief, Mayor Andy Ginther, another proud alum of both the school board and Columbus Whetstone. We really thank him for being our partner in chief, and my Mayor Coleman, who's sitting back there in the cut. Who was very instrumental when I came on board in this leadership and guidance. I would be remiss if I didn't thank my friends and family. And first, my pastor, Dr. C. Dexter Wise of Faith Ministry Church. Dr. Wise, would you stand? He's so low-key, too. See, thank you, Dr. Wise. He, if you know, has shepherded my thoughts because you have to think very hard. You have a lot of weighted decisions before you tonight, and you have to make sure you're guided in the work that you do. My East High alum and Vietnam vet, my favorite one, my Uncle Edwin Gibbs is here. Charlene Green and Sam Gresham, who is always on my left and my right. All of the Kaz and Franklin Middle School alum. And my sisters that always support me, the ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. the ladies of Zeta Phi Beta sorority, the ladies of Sigma Gamma Rho sorority, and with all my sorors of Delta Sigma Theta sorority, please stand. Thank you, sorors, for all of your work, your time, your talent, and all of my friends that are here. They said if you want to go far, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And together with all of this community, with all of the people that you see here, the men at Alpha Phi Alpha, I have to mention also my favorite Alpha, Brother J.T. Ayers, and all of them that are here. But when you want to go far, go together. And thank you for being together with us, and thank all of you for being together with me. I will miss the kids. I will miss the first day of school. I'll miss honor roll assemblies, and I'll miss graduation. I won't miss the tough calls, the news stories, and y'all asking me, do we have a snow day? No, you're going to school. But if you miss me, you will find me at the intersection of challenges and solutions on the avenues of outcomes and impact. Wherever there are solutions and there is work to be done, you'll be able to find me there. Thank you so much.
Clerk, please call the roll.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor Remy Tyson, President Harden.
And one more thing, on behalf of my president, Gary L. Baker, who is detained in a snow emergency, I would love to accept this on his behalf. And let me say, for his 12 years on the board, 6 years as president, as you know, heavy is the head that wears the crown. But under his leadership, we've been able to pass levies. We've been able to open schools. We've hired a new superintendent. We've opened or renovated 34 school buildings. We've got a lot of things done, and I am very proud of the work of Gary L. Baker, what he's given to our community. Very often we hear about what people don't do, but he gets it. And most of my 13 years, you would say I've done alone, but the 6 years that he's been president, we've been able to move an agenda to move our district forward. We're not in a state takeover. We've negotiated every single contract. We have our buildings open, and you still don't get a snow day, but I would be remiss if I didn't thank Gary L. Baker and my school board member, Michael Cole, who is here with me. Brother Cole, our vice president, Michael Cole. So thank you on behalf of Gary Baker as well.
Are there any comments by our elected officials? Any representatives from the Area Commissioner? Are there any requests by members of council for the removal of ordinance on the consent portion of the agenda? Seeing none, the following ordinance appear on our agenda as consent action. Will the clerk now read those ordinance numbers into the record?
Resolutions of expression 338X, 346X-2019. Finance Committee, ordinances 2893, 3050, 3072, 3081, 3082, 3105, 3107, 3206, 3209, 3212, 3236, 3242, 3262, 3285, 3297-2019. Recreation and Parks Committee, ordinance 3249-2019. Public Safety Committee, resolution 339X-2019. Ordinances 3106, 3184, 3192-2019. Public Utilities Committee, ordinances 2864, 3059, 3063, 3077, 3086, 3093, 3094, 3113, 3120, 3123, 3126-2019. Neighborhoods Committee, ordinance 3279-2019. Technology Committee, ordinance 3191-2019. Public Service and Transportation Committee, ordinances 2370, 2848, 3181, 3207, 3208, 3230, 3254-2019. Housing Committee, ordinances 3109, 3174, 3177, 3247-2019. Criminal Justice and Judiciary Committee, ordinance 3278-2019. Economic Development Committee, resolution 324X, 326X-2019. Ordinances 3168, 3199, 3244-2019. Health and Human Services Committee, ordinances 3104, 3203, 3214, 3255-2019. And appointments from the Mayor's Office numbered A0201, 202, 204, 205, and 206-2019.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For those guys who are looking to transition, we have one speaker, and then it'll be about 3 minutes, and then we'll go on recess, so it'll be easy for you guys to step out, just in case you're, well, we'd love to have you stay. We have one speaker on the consent portion of the agenda. That is Mr. Nathaniel Wilkins. Mr. Wilkins, welcome back to council. Mr. Wilkins is speaking on ordinance 3247 in the Housing Committee.
(1612) Arlington Avenue, Mr. Nathaniel George Wilkins was a resident. I'm speaking in against of CA 46 32 47 2019, holding the land bank of Homecroft Drive. To my knowledge is, I see this property has been taken over by the city of Columbus 2 times in 2019, the year 2019. I'm against this for several reasons. You know, we talk about things are being held in the land bank for time after time a year. This is what the property that looked like in 2004. As I pull up the area of view, it seemed like some homes here that said idolize, but it seemed like this piece of property has sit vacant. I don't know for sure, that's my knowledge. But again, I would like to see this used for multiple disability homes or visually impaired or low-income housing to be sustainability in that neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkins. Director, would you follow up on this specific ordinance, or do you have any additional feedback to give now?
We'll be happy to follow up.
Thank you, Director. Are there any other questions or concerns with the consent portion of the agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion for approval? Is there a second? Please call the roll.
Ms. Brown?
By voice.
3285, on which I'm abstaining.
Mr. Brown? Yes. Mr. Dorrance? Yes. Ms. Faber? Yes. Mr. Remy? Ms. Tyson? President Harden?
Yes, consent portion of the agenda passes. May I have a motion to recess? Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorrance, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Council is recessed. We will reconvene for zoning momentarily. Just joking. No, 62.
Brown, Dorrance, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Can I get a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal?
Second.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorrance, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
We will now go to the zoning committee. Councilmember Tyson chairs that committee. All members serve on the committee. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Harden. Before beginning the zoning agenda, I'll briefly explain the rules of council as pertain to speaking before council on zonings and variances. We permit 3 speakers on each side, 3 proponents and 3 opponents, and we would ask that they limit their remarks to 3 minutes on each side, and we provide an opportunity for rebuttal from the applicant. On the advice of the City Attorney's Office, we ask that anyone here this evening who wishes to speak either for or against a council variance, including staff, please stand, raise your right hand, and be sworn in. I wish to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Please answer, I will.
I will.
Thank you. The first ordinance is 2751-2019 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3349.03, permitted uses, 3312.49C, minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3349.04 ABC, height, area, and yard regulations, 3371.01 F1 through 3, P1, private parking district, and 3371.02 C2, building lines in residential and apartment residential districts of the Columbus City Codes for the property located at 1551 Bryden Road, to permit a 165-unit building and up to 25,000 square feet of specified non-residential uses with reduced development standards in the I institutional district and P1 private parking district to repeal ordinance 2901-90 passed December the 10th of 1990. The applicant is Bride Management LLC. It is care of Attorney Laura McGregor Comack. The proposed use is mixed-use development. The City Department's recommendation is approval. The Historic Resources Commission recommendation is approval, and the Northeast Area Commission recommendation is approval. If there are no questions or comments, I first amend as submitted to the clerk by voice vote.
Is there a second? Please call the row.
Ms. Brown? Mr. Brown? Mr. Dorans? Ms. Faber? Mr. Remy? Ms. Tyson?
Yes.
President Harden?
Yes. Amended.
Yes, and now move for passage with a voice vote.
Please call the row.
Ms. Brown? Mr. Brown? Mr. Dorans? Ms. Faber? Mr. Remy? Ms. Tyson?
Yes.
President Harden?
Yes. Ordinance passed.
I think the next ordinance is 3147-2019 to grant a variance from provisions of sections 3332.037 R2F Residential District, 3312.21 ABD Landscaping and Screening, 3312.27 Parking Setback Line, 3312.27 Parking Setback Line, 3312.49 Minimum Number of Parking Spaces Required, 3312.05B12 Vision Clearance, 3332.25 Maximum Side Yards Required, and 3332.26 Minimum Side Yard Permitted, and 3333.18 D2 for D2 for building lines, and 3333.24 rear yard of Columbus City Code for property located at 931, 937 West Town Street to permit a mixed-use development and off-site parking lot with reduced development standards in R3 Residential District. The applicant is Franklinton Development Association, care of Attorney Laura Comack. The proposed use is a 10-unit apartment building with off-site parking. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Franklinton Area Commission recommendation is approval. If there are no questions or comments from my colleagues, I move for passage.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden?
Pass.
Thank you. And the final ordinance in zoning this evening is 3178-2019 to grant a variance from the provisions of sections 3332.035 R3 Residential District, 3312.49C minimum numbers of parking spaces required, 3332.05 A4 area district lot with requirements, 3332.13 R3 area district requirements, 3333.16 fronting, 3333.24 rear yard of the Columbus City Codes for the property located at 1550 Clifton Avenue to permit a two-unit dwelling or two single-unit dwellings on one lot with reduced development standards in the R3 residential district. The applicant is Double Bogey Holdings LLC, care of David Hodge. The proposed use is a two-unit dwelling or two single-unit dwellings on one lot. The City Department's recommendation is approval, and the Near East Area Commission's recommendation is approval 12-3. We do have a speaker slip, so I'm going to ask for a staff presentation.
Good evening. The site consists of an undeveloped parcel in the R3 residential district per a city-sponsored downzoning of the Near East area in 1974. The applicant is requesting a council variance to provide for the option to build either a two-unit dwelling or two single-unit dwellings on one lot. The council variance is necessary because the current zoning district permits only one single-unit dwelling, and this request is to allow two or two separate. Variances to lot width requirements, area district requirements, fronting, rear yard, and a parking space reduction from 4 required to 2 provided spaces are included in the request. The site is within the planning area of the Near East Area Plan, which does not recommend a land use for this location, but the plan does state that in general, housing types and densities should be consistent with the housing types and densities found in the surrounding area. Staff believes that the proposal is compatible with the urban character of the neighborhood as recommended by the plan, and does not include incompatible land uses that are present within the neighborhood. The elevations that you see here were reviewed by the Planning Division, and staff supports this proposal as they feel it meets the spirit of the recommendations of the plan. Therefore, the recommendation is for approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pine. Are there any questions for Ms. Pine? All right, seeing none, I'm going to ask for a presentation from the applicant. Good evening. Please state your name.
Eric Zartman from law firm Underhill and Hodge. Thank you, Chair Tyson, President Harden, members of council. The applicant presents a development today that is consistent with the development patterns of the neighborhood. As stated in the staff's recommendation plan, that there are several lots in this immediate neighborhood that have 2 dwelling units on them. Also, in addition, the nearest area plan provides for some considerations for accessory residential units, like a carriage house like is being proposed today. It asks for specific commitments in the architecture and the design, that it matches with the residential character of the fronting building, which you can see in the submitted and committed to elevations that we are going to follow with those plan recommendations. We met with the nearest area plan for several months, and this was the resulting project that got their approval and recommendation. Specifically, I'd like to speak about the parking reduction. Originally, it was proposed for 4 parking spaces consistent with the zoning code, but after working with the area commission, that was at their request, it was reduced down to 2, so that the garage would be moved back to the property line. And so, that had an equal effect on the rear yard variance that we're asking for today. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Are there any questions from my colleagues? Thank you.
Thank you.
You'll have a chance to, we have a speaker who is against it, so you will have an opportunity to come back up and answer those questions. And we also will hear from Ms. Kathleen Daly. So I'm going to ask Mr. Joe Weingart to please come up to the podium, please. Good evening. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Joe Weingart. I want to thank you all, President Harding, President Pro Tem Brown. I have lived in the Woodland Park neighborhood where this property is located for 8.5 years. I have been the president of the neighborhood association for almost 3. I represent many neighbors tonight that could not be here due to other commitments, but we are very against this proposal. We feel it's inappropriate. I did a personal study of my neighborhood that shows that Clifton Avenue between Taylor Avenue and Woodland Avenue is the most dense of the entire neighborhood. And we are looking for a single-family home, which was on the property in the past, and a garage. I know the developer is looking for a single-family home with a carriage house, but he wants to still have 2 units. We are against that just because we feel that it is inappropriate. There's too much density on that street for a residential neighborhood, where we are finally starting to have families that are moving back into our neighborhood where there had not been any for a while. And I mean, I don't know what else to say other than we are just against this all around. We've had discussions. I serve on the nearest area commission zoning committee. The zoning committee voted to deny these variances back in April. When I did have other neighbors that were available to come in June, Mr. Hodge said that he would personally be there. He wasn't. It was tabled. And I found out in July only by Commissioner Curry D'Souza letting me know that they were voting to take him off the table when I did not see him on the agenda. So, and no agenda had been sent out to me. I reached out to Mr. Alfred Akenya, who was our neighborhood liaison to the city at that time, and I had a meeting with him and his supervisor, and we feel that we are not getting the attention that we deserve, and we just looked at City Council would deny these variances and ask the developer to consider something else. Thank you.
Councilmember Favor.
Hi, good evening. So the opposition is basically because it's 2 units and you want 1.
Yes, we asked, because Mr. Hodge was invited to come to our neighborhood association. Majority in attendance were against this. We kept saying single family with a garage or a carriage house to bring back a carriage house character to the neighborhood, but only in carriage house look, nothing to rent out. And he is still looking to do 2 units, whether it's a side-by-side duplex or a single-family home with a carriage house for rent or ownership. And we would rather bring back a more single-family home, residential feel to the neighborhood because, as I stated before, Clifton has so many duplexes and we have a couple quadplexes on there that we just feel it's too dense and it poses a safety issue to families with young children.
What would be the safety issue?
People drive down the street, high rates of speed, and I don't know if council's aware, but we had a horrific accident that happened near East High School in a school zone where a resident was out walking her dog. Her left leg is completely fractured, the left leg is amputated. And that's the kind of things that we're trying to avoid, because I talked to traffic management a couple years ago about some high-prone accident intersections in my neighborhood, and we haven't seen any action.
Let me ask a couple questions. So how long have you lived in the neighborhood?
8.5 years.
8.5 years. And so you also mentioned, did you go to the Near East, did you go to the Near East Area Commission meeting?
I go to the Near East Area Commission meetings almost religiously because as president of my neighborhood association, I like to take back the information provided by NEAC, and I've only missed a few meetings that I could not meet due to other commitments.
Did you miss the meeting in which this was voted on?
No, I was there at the November meeting when this was passed by NEAC.
Okay, and it was voted on 12 to 3.
Yes, and it was a little disconcerting to me that it took 10 minutes for Commissioner Ross Womack to explain to the other commissioners that a vote to deny zoning committee's recommendation would be reversed. So if they were for zoning committee's recommendation, that they were to vote yes, and if they were against it, they were to vote no. And it took 10 minutes to describe that to the other commissioners that have served on NEAC for a multitude of years.
Okay. All right, well, so the vote was for it, and your neighborhood of Woodland Park is saying you're against it.
NEAC voted against zoning committee's recommendation, and then my neighborhood is against this proposed variances for this property.
Okay. All right. Well, what I'm going to do is have President Kathleen Bailey, who is the president of the Near East Area Commission, to come and certainly share her comments as to the vote of the Near East Area Commission. But your number one issue is that you don't want either 2 units on that, 2 units within that the specific property. Is
yes,
that
because
correct?
we just feel it's too much for an already dense street.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Bailey, could you please come to the podium?
Councilman Harden, other council persons, and Councilman Tyson. We, as you know, we have site hearings, so we go to the physical location of any zoning or new bill that's proposed. When this was first brought up, Mr. Weingart informed me that the place was loaded with trash, and they said they had somebody running up and down with a motorcycle and causing noise in the morning, and they thought a new 2-unit building would just agitate that. So I said, well, I think that there's a difference between development and having bad neighbors. I don't know what the issue is. There is not that much buildable area over there, so we're not looking for 20 or 30 doubles to come into the area. They don't have that many vacant lots. And in terms of density, we kind of use as a yardstick our commercial districts. If you look at Mount Vernon, Long Street, Main Street. If you look at the historic pictures of Mount Vernon, they were teeming with people and businesses. You go down those districts now, you see a few businesses, and you don't see a whole bunch of people out there. And that's because, for several reasons. Number one, the urban renewal with the freeway coming through. There was a lot of flight to the suburbs. So we're actually, and when I went to the mayor's housing conference, they actually promoted density. They call it densification. That's the new word, but that's a positive stance on it. We're not talking about 20 people living in one room. Putting that, and one thing I liked about it was that they're putting some serious amount of money in there. So if anything, they would be setting a standard for anybody else who wants to come in there and do a development. In terms of the vote, the zoning committee, which is also consists of people who are community people, not all commissioners. They did vote against it. They said the same thing. It's going to ruin the neighborhood and the property values. But when it got to the general meeting, the big general meeting where we take the vote that we actually send to you, it was overturned. I don't know what to tell you. And also they're also allowing for an option. They want to have this so they can either do 2 or they could do 1. But to take one lot and say that that's going to set the destiny of the neighborhood, I think that's over exaggerating. And plus we do have issues with people. We have carriage houses in the neighborhood. We have existing carriage houses. We have people who have built carriage houses. And we hear, well, we don't want you renting it. I don't think we can make those kinds of stipulations. And I tell you, I lived on Bryden Road in 1984, and there were plenty of people renting their carriage houses. So there's no I don't know any legal precedent for that. I don't know how you can tell somebody, well, it's okay as long as you don't rent to somebody. Maybe the city attorney can help me out here, but I don't know of any. But I try to tell people you have to stay away from comments like that. We don't want you renting it. And in fact, another young lady wanted to do a carriage house, and they told her, if we see anybody living in there, we're calling the police. So, I don't see the issue. I don't live on that street, but I was over there. I went back we were over there in the morning, and they said, well, you're not here when everybody's out. I did go back over there. I don't see what the problem is, and I don't think the commission did either.
All right, thank you very much. And now I'll allow the applicant to respond, give rebuttal.
Thank you, Chair Tyson. I just wanted to reaffirm the planning's recommendation of approval, the staff's recommendation of approval, and the area commission's recommendation of approval. It's like the earlier testimony. This is a vacant lot, and it's an opportunity to develop a residential building that is consistent with the development patterns of the neighborhood. We think it's appropriate, and we agree that it is setting a standard for the neighborhood. So,
Any questions from my colleagues? Councilmember Elizabeth Brown.
Actually, not a question, but more just a comment that I hear the opponent testimony, I apologize, I'm not remembering. Weingart. The concern about speeding, and I think that's something that we can talk to folks about. I don't know that having the carriage house on this property actually affects the speeding going on in the neighborhood. That's my reading of it, and I do think that if folks are feeling unsafe in the neighborhood because of the speed of cars, then we can have that discussion separately. But I just wanted to point that out, that I do understand his valid concern there about speeding. I'm just not sure it's connected to the development of this parcel.
Thank you.
Councilmember Favor.
Thank you, Chair Tyson. I want to echo that. I want to make sure that we're not jumbling two separate issues together and prejudicing this project itself. As Chair of Housing, I am very concerned about our underbuilding in Columbus. We need more units here. We build around 8,000 units a year, and we need 14,000. So that means we are at a deficit with 120 plus people moving to Columbus every single day. We need more in our community. I personally believe that a two-unit, perhaps a two-unit, doesn't really equate to density in the terms of which we're talking about it in a large-scale proportions, right? I just want to make sure that comment is out there. It's not that, as a council member, I'm ignoring the community's concerns. I'm very concerned about the speeding, and that's something that I would love to sit down with you, and I'm sure other council members would as well, to talk about what are the ways that we can address that specific concern in that community. But as it relates to this project, I want to make sure that we're only considering it on its face and the potential value that it could bring to the Near East Side, which needs more housing options.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councilman Brown and Councilman Favor. And again, if there's any concerns about the traffic in your community, certainly you can raise that at your area commission meeting and have a discussion there. As a staff, we have representatives at most of the area commission meetings, and we want to be able to help you and connect you to the right department in the city if there is an issue with traffic in your community. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All right. Seeing none, I move for passage.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. That concludes zoning this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Seeing no further business come for the zoning committee, may I have a motion to adjourn? Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Zoning is adjourned. May I have a motion to reconvene meeting number 61? Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
The next committee to come before council is the Finance Committee. That committee is chaired by President Pro Tem Brown. President Pro Tem, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Tonight in Finance, we have Ordinance 3223-2019 to authorize the Director of Finance and Management on behalf of the Director of Public Service to enter into an agreement with Capital South Community Urban Redevelopment Corporation for the design and construction of the Scioto Peninsula Parking Garage Project, to amend the 2019 capital improvement budget, to authorize the city auditor to appropriate and transfer funds from the Special Income Tax Fund to the Streets and Highways Taxable Bond Fund, to authorize the expenditure of $1,500,000 from the Streets and Highways Taxable Bond Fund, and to declare an emergency. This ordinance authorizes the design and construction of a parking facility containing approximately 1,400 parking spaces to support the planned development of the Scioto Peninsula. This development will be a multi-phase project in cooperation with the Columbus Downtown Development Corporation and Franklin County. The garage will be financed and owned by the city. The city's current garages have consistently proven to be financial assets thanks to their strong return on investment realized through the revenue they generate. Emergency action is being considered here tonight so that planning and financing can begin immediately to meet the planned project completion date of 2022. I would now like to ask Amy Taylor, Chief Operating Officer of the Columbus Downtown Development Corporation, to join us at the podium and to give a brief overview of the plans for this garage and the Scioto Peninsula project, and of course to entertain questions from members if there are any.
Thank you so much, Council President Harden, President Pro Tem Brown, and all City Council. My name is Amy Taylor, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight to tell you a little bit about this and answer any questions you may have. In working with Director Stevens and Director Lombardi, Capital South has been working on the Scioto Peninsula or Starling Street public parking garage. It is critical to the Scioto Peninsula development. This is a 1,400 space parking garage. It also is a prevailing wage project, and it will serve the three key elements of Phase 1 of the Scioto Peninsula. Those three elements include a 240,000 square foot office building, which will house approximately 1,200 employees, 197 key hotel, and the three residential buildings, which will end up with 550 apartments. The garage is vital for all of these uses. We have sent out an RFP to 6 design-build firms, and we'll be working with the city to make our selection in January. Design work will begin immediately, and construction is expected to begin in early 2021. The garage will be completed in June of 2022 in conjunction with the other uses I mentioned. Capital South is committed to working with the city on the promotion of minority and women-owned business certified through the City of Columbus Mayor's Office of Diversity and Inclusion. In support of this commitment, an overall MBE/DBE participation goal of 20% of the total contract dollar amount has been established for this project. In addition, Capital South plans to host a job fair so that our community friends in Franklinton can understand and we can provide information about this project. We will also encourage our development partners who are building the three uses to attend this job fair as well. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Taylor. Any questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for coming today, Ms. Taylor, and for the work on the project. I move for passage.
Second. Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Ordinance passed.
May I move to Recreation and Parks, Council President? In Recreation and Parks, we have Ordinance 3089-2019 to authorize and direct the Director of Recreation and Parks to enter into an agreement with the Franklin County Historical Society, doing business as COSI, for the purpose of providing a subsidy payment to COSI to authorize the transfer of $150,000 from the general fund to the Recreation and Parks operating fund, to authorize the appropriation of $150,000 within the Rec and Parks operating fund, and to authorize the expenditure of $150,000 from and within the Rec and Parks operating fund. The City of Columbus maintains and operates the newly built Dorian Green Park and underground parking garage located immediately to the west of the COSI building. This transfer of funds is to support the ongoing operations and maintenance of the newly constructed parking garage, the parking garage management agreement, and the surrounding grounds. We are amending to emergency consideration to avoid any delay in the payment for the ongoing operation of the garage. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I first move to amend.
Second. Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Amend it.
I move for passage as amended.
Second. Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Council President, I have one item in rules and reference. May I do that now?
Please.
Ordinance 3234-2019 to amend Columbus City Code sections 362.014, 362.03, and 362.067 to implement modifications mandated by the Ohio General Assembly relating to the exemption of retirement plan payments from municipal income tax and to the administration and collection of municipal net profit tax income by the Ohio Department of Taxation, if so elected by the taxpayer, and to declare an emergency. This ordinance modifies Columbus City Code to adopt the new definitions of pension and retirement benefit plan required by HB 166. It also makes clear that the new definitions apply only to taxable years beginning on or after January 1st, 2020, and the ordinance updates language from HB 166 regarding the procedures for a non-individual municipal taxpayer to opt out of state administration and collection of municipal income taxes. Beth Brink is here with us, the Chief Administrative Officer of the Income Tax Division, and I'd like to invite her to provide some additional remarks on behalf of the Auditor's Office to help clarify this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Chair Brown. Thank you, Council President, members of Council. House Bill 166, which is the state budget bill, included updates to the municipal tax codes that are contained in Ohio Revised Code. This legislation amends our city code so that it aligns with Ohio Revised Code. As Chair Brown noted, there are two major changes contained in this legislation. HB 166 updated the definitions of retirement plans to prevent municipalities from treating non-qualified deferred compensation plans as taxable income. Such plans include supplemental executive retirement plans. Current city code explicitly lists these as taxable income, so this ordinance makes sure that city code won't conflict with ORC. This is effective for tax year 2020 moving forward, which means that these plans are still taxable on the 2019 returns that individuals will file for this upcoming tax season. It's not possible for us to quantify the estimated fiscal impact with certainty. However, past collections indicate that income from non-qualified deferred compensation plans generated over $1 million in income tax revenue over the last 3 years. HB 166 also updated the process by which businesses can opt out of state administration of municipal income taxes through the Ohio Business Gateway, or the OBG. This updates our code to match those processes. If a business elects to file through the OBG and changes their mind, they can now opt out at any time within 2 years by giving a 60-day notice to the state. Previously, business owners only had a 2-month period each year where they could opt out. This change will make it easier for business owners who are dissatisfied with the OBG to discontinue using the service and resume filing directly with the city. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have.
Any questions from colleagues? Thank you so much, Ms. Brink, for breaking that down. And seeing no questions, I move for passage.
Second.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. And that is all I have in my committees.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next committee to come before council is the Safety Committee. The committee is chaired by Councilmember Mitch Brown. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President. Tonight in Public Safety Committee, I have a series of resolutions pertaining to liquor objections. My office has been working with City Attorney Klein and Assistant City Attorney Steve Dunbar and Sarah Pomeroy. I would like to have Mr. Dunbar to provide background into the process, and then have Ms. Pomeroy and Detective Evans will provide context for each objection we're presenting this evening. Answering questions as they come up. Once they've completed, we'll go through the legislation without interruption. Mr. Dunbar, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you all. What I'm going to do is just generally speaking go through the process, liquor objection process in the state of Ohio, and talk more briefly about how we do business here in the city of Columbus. I will get out of the way. Sarah and Detective Evans will do the heavy lifting, and then any of us can take any questions you all have. First thing you will notice, we have 2 new faces dealing with liquor objections here. Bill Sperlazza has moved into another position in our shop. Sarah Pomeroy is new on our zone initiative team. She is going to handle the liquor objections tonight and going forward. Detective Evans, while she has served in narcotics, in vice, kind of been around some of this stuff, this is her first time being the primary liaison for liquor objections. In the state of Ohio, you want to sell alcohol legally, you got to have a permit from the state. That permit is a 1-year permit renewed annually. And as you all know, the legislative authority of the municipality where any liquor permit is located has the legal ability to object to that annual renewal of the permit. So we will present our recommendations to council tonight. Council will vote on those objections. While that ends kind of the legislative process, that is the start of probably 1.5 years on our end in the legal process. Initially, it goes to a hearing before the Ohio Division of Liquor Control. If we get a favorable decision there is an administrative appeal to the Ohio Liquor Control Commission. A favorable decision there can then be appealed. Again, when I say appeal each time, it is liquor permit owner doesn't like the decision, then appeals to the common pleas court, then you're just into the normal judicial process. Along the way, generally speaking, the permit holders get to continue doing business. It is routine for them to ask of stays of decisions when we get to that hearing officer decision from the Department of Liquor Control. Generally speaking, we do not oppose stays. That is big picture, the process here. Just very quickly, this is separate and independent of the nuisance abatement actions that you hear me yak about a good amount. Independent of whether or not someone sells alcohol, has a license to sell alcohol. If we get to the point where criminal activity is such that it just cannot wait, we have the ability to go straight to court and bring an action to close a place here and now. That's the general process. As far as how we do business here, it really is different than most places. I will tell you, we keep a running list year-long about places we hear primarily from community members, and I'll say we generically a lot here. It is really a number of different city departments, primarily city attorney's office, police department, Department of Neighborhoods. But everyone, hears these places coming in. We get referrals from different departments of city government. So we just maintain, okay, here are places we are hearing about, either from community members, from police, or all of the above. When we get to the point where we're preparing for this meeting, this preparation starts 2-3 months ago in earnest. We take that big list and start dwindling it down to what we're presenting to you all here tonight. I will tell you there's really 2 layers to this. One is numbers. A lot of times just running numbers on a good number of places, we can separate, okay, you get a lot of places, a lot of complaints from neighbors, and that could be a number of things, but for us, it is a really good litmus test to see, okay, how often are police genuinely getting called there, and not just called there, how often are they taking reports, because substantial stuff occurs. We are driven, again, so now we are drilling down, we get the neighborhood concerns about a place, we lop out a ton just by way of numbers. Now we are looking at offense reports, calls for service for places. We always look at violent crime first, middle, and last. That drives the decisions that we make, that drives the recommendations to you all. So, even furthermore, not just a place that police are going to, but violence, particularly gun violence, particularly shots being fired, those are the places that get to the front of the list year in, year out. I will tell you, we are, we're dealing with a little bit with a hand or two tied behind our back. Typically the entire year round, we have a group at the Division of Police, the Vice group, that we were able to kind of, okay, go check this place out, check this place. They got blowed up for doing some silly stuff. So we have been working really without that dedicated police group working this project until I'd say the last month or two. So we have, and I'm saying this primarily to thank Detective Evans. While there have been other members of the Division of Police over the last couple months that have been doing a lot of heavy lifting, Detective Evans has done a good amount of that. Just to give you a little bit of context, we typically start with well over 100 places that we are evaluating every year. We typically recommend to you all about 10. By way of comparison, Cleveland, which is about half our size, routinely objects to 40, 50 permits. We are in our record before the Liquor Control Commission and the Division of Liquor Control bear this out. We are selective in the places that we get to. We are selective in the places we recommend to you all. Not only does that show with the small number, we recommend to you all the fact that there are nexus to violent crime, and I believe all the places we're talking about here tonight. We are overwhelmingly successful. This is round numbers. Bill Sperlazza did this about 10 years. We can think of one adverse decision. It got to the point where he deleted the L column in his spreadsheet because he said he needed the room for other stuff. But again, just by way of saying that a lot of places in the state of Ohio say, okay, people are yelling loudest over here, so we're going to object. That is very much not how we do business. While certainly we take into consideration neighborhood complaints, neighboring residents, neighboring businesses. We've got to see it borne out in the activity in and around these places, particularly with the violent crime, particularly with the gun violence. So with that being said, I will sit down, let Sarah go through each of the places we are recommending you all to object to the renewals of the liquor permits. I am here. If anyone has questions, Sarah will be able to take care of most of the nuts and bolts along the way. I'm certainly happy to answer any questions now or at the conclusion of her presentation.
If there are no questions for Mr. Dunbar, then we will proceed. Ms. Pomeroy, you can come up to the podium. I will read the resolutions and you read the objections associated with it.
Thank you.
Resolution 0300, 2019, to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 0290909 held by ASEM Inc., doing business as A and B Market, located at 5440 East Livingston Avenue, Columbus, Ohio, 43232, and to declare an emergency. With that, would you provide evidence with regards to the objection, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Brown. Thank you, President Hardin. Thank you, President Pro Tem Brown and members of council. As to A and B Market, this is a business doing business at 5440 East Livingston Avenue, dealing with permit number 0290909. At this location, there were 9 offense reports from police in 2018 and 2019, including ones we wanted to highlight are a breaking and entering in October of 2018, a weapons offense that included confiscation of illegal handguns and marijuana, and most notably a shooting in July of this year. In addition to the police reports that were filed against this location, there were 41 calls for service, 13 in 2018 and 28 in 2019, so things had been escalating as far as the number of calls at this location. In addition to this, there were been able to obtain 2 covert drug purchases at this location just within the last month and a half or so. And then looking at the full list of calls for service, we're dealing with at least 3 different incidents where there's a weapon involved, 7 different incidents with narcotics or drugs involved. And on top of all of this, we do have a handful of alcohol violations at this location, including a Sunday sale of liquor, not posting the permit at this location properly, and an active bad check violation that has been outstanding since 2015.
If there are no questions, I move for adoption.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Hardin.
Adopted.
Resolution 0332, 2019, to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 7640081 held by SE Main Inc., doing business as Convenient Plus Food Mart, located at 1541 Freebus Avenue, Columbus, Ohio, 43206, and to declare an emergency. Ms. Pomeroy?
Thank you. Yes, so Convenient Plus Food Mart is doing business at 1541 Freebus Avenue with permit number 7640081. At this location, we've had 19 police reports in the last 2 years, including a robbery in March of 18, and that was actually a robbery at knife point with a bat, where they actually beat up the individual with that bat. A robbery in November of 2018 that involved a gun, a robbery additionally in April, and then a felony theft in July of this year, and most notably a assault in August of this year that involved essentially punching of the suspect, and the individual is actually wanted for an open domestic violence warrant. In total, we have 39 calls for service at this location, 17 in 2018, 22 in 2019, and actually 3 covert drug buys. We had 2 prior to us bringing our objections, and Detective Evans was actually able to obtain a 3rd covert drug buy recently at this location. We've had 4 drug-related incidents at this premises, 5 different incidents that involved weapons, 6 different robberies, including 3 that had guns involved. And then finally, we have alcohol violations as well. So we have sale of underage sales of alcoholic beverages, the employment of an individual under 18, and also an under 18 individual serving beer, which is all violations of Ohio liquor law.
If there are no comments from my colleagues, I move for adoption.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Hardin.
Passed.
Resolution 0333X2019 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 7736040 held by Saod, S-A-O-O-D, Inc., doing business as Livingston Market, located at 1619 East Livingston Avenue, Columbus, Ohio, 43205, and to declare an emergency. Ms. Pomeroy?
Thank you. Livingston Market was actually on our list for last year. We objected to their permit about a year ago. We ended up actually withdrawing that objection after coming to an agreement with the owner. However, the numbers have not borne out any improvement as far as the location. We have, at this location alone, 35 police reports in the last 2 years. This includes robbery and assault, both happening together, a sale of cocaine happening at the location, weapons charges, including an individual who was outside with a handgun aiming at individuals, and then a shooting, which happened in August of this year right in front of the store. In total, of the 112 calls for service at this location in the last 2 years, we have 15 incidents involved weapon, including 3 incidences of possible prostitution. At this location, there's been 4 controlled narcotics purchases done by Detective Evans and other members of Columbus Police. In all, we're looking at 13 different incidents involving either overdoses or drugs at this location. So certainly, given the past experience with this location and the failure to improvement, we're recommending an objection.
Councilman Remy?
Since I want to use this one as an example, because you did work with the owner, but talk to us a little bit about what you do with these owners. I mean, before it ever, I know how long it takes to get to this point. So what type of discussions do you have? Do you ask them to get security? I mean, what are the steps that you take prior to ever getting to this point?
Yeah, absolutely. So after an objection is lodged, and a stay is typically, we don't oppose a stay to have the business remain open, almost immediately either the owner reaches out to us or we reach out to the owner to discuss, just like you mentioned, security ways, measures that they can take, training for their staff that they can have in terms of possible crimes that may be happening, training in terms of the actual liquor violations. And then we work with them sometimes to create good neighbor agreements with community members, especially where we do have vocal community support against an establishment. Sometimes what ultimately happens is that we end up filing what's called a nuisance abatement lawsuit, where the agreement is then enforceable in court. And so those are just some of the ways. I mean, we certainly are willing to work with individuals, but obviously we need to see that there are results, or else, we're right back here.
Are there any other questions from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for adoption.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Adopted.
Next, I have Resolution 034X2019 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 6103115 held by Monty, M-O-N-I, and Sammy, S-A-M-I, LLC, doing business as Convenient Plus, located at 1475 East Livingston Avenue, Columbus, Ohio, 43205, and to declare an emergency. Ms. Pomeroy?
Thank you. Convenient Plus on Livingston Avenue has had 5 reports in the last 2 years. However, what has been notable about the reports that were there was that there was a robbery in which the victim actually woke up in the basement of the location, as well as a shooting at this premises in July of this year that involved multiple shots fired directly at the location with 2 different victims. There's, in addition to that, there's been numerous violations. There's been a loose cigarette sale. There's been 3 robberies in this year alone. Shots fired in September of 2018, and an additional couple assaults. There's been 2 covert drug purchases at the location within the last month. In addition to that, there is also an alcohol violation of an underage sale in November.
If there are no questions from my colleagues, I move for adoption.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Adopted.
Next, I have Resolution 03335X2019 to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 4972450 held by Lathia and Zane, Inc., doing business as Jaquetas 2, located at 786 East Whittier Street, Columbus, Ohio, 43206, and to declare an emergency.
Thank you. So at this location, there were 13 police reports in the last 2 years. Some of those include a menacing in September of 2018 in which a rock was actually thrown at a Columbus police officer. We've got incidents of felony theft as well as assault. And the assault that occurred in August of this year actually involved a pregnant victim. There was a robbery in October of this year, as well as most recently in November, just before Thanksgiving, an incident with an individual who possessed an illegal firearm. There have been 7 weapons incidences, in total 36 calls for service at this location, 26 last year and 10 this year. We actually were able to obtain one covert drug purchase, and this actually happened inside the store in front of one of the clerks. In total, there's been 4 other drug-related incidents, including an incident of selling drugs in September of this year, as well as a couple motor vehicle thefts at the location, and 2 alcohol violations, a Sunday sale of alcohol and an underage sale of alcohol.
Again, if there are no questions from my colleagues, I move for adoption.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Adopted.
Next, I have Resolution 0336X, 2019, to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 4949437, held by LCZJ Inc., doing business as Sunoco, located at 1690 South High Street, Columbus, Ohio, 43215, and to declare an emergency. Ms. Pomeroy?
Thank you. At this location, in the last 2 years, there have been 22 police reports, including a menacing in March of 2018, where an individual threatened to shoot another individual at a gas pump with their gun. There was an assault in April of 2018 that involved actually shoving by the clerk who was working there at the time, as well as incidents of possession of heroin, theft, armed robbery, including one in October of this year that involved both a gun and a knife, as well as at the end of October this year, another individual with a firearm. All in all, there were 63 calls for service at this location, 32 in 2018, 31 in 2019. And we actually have obtained 3 covert drug purchases at this location, including one within the last handful of weeks. The narcotics total is about 8 different incidents over the course of these 2 years, including overdoses, possession of heroin, and selling of illegal narcotics. On top of this, we also have 3 different reports of potential altercations with the clerk who was working there at the time, and finally, an underage sale of alcohol occurring in October of this year.
Again, if there are no questions from my colleagues, seeing none, I move for adoption.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Adopted.
And the final resolution for this evening is Resolution 0337X, 2019, to object to the renewal of liquor permit number 5277278, held by Long Street Nightlife, LLC, doing business as XO Nightclub, located at 40-50 East Long Street and 43 Lafayette Street, Columbus, Ohio, 43215, and to declare an emergency. I also have speaker slips on this, so Ms. Pomeroy, after you finish, now I have a few people who want to speak.
Thank you. So first, just a tiny bit of background about this location. There was actually an application by Primus Group Limited in February of 2018 to transfer this liquor permit from the current holder, Long Street Nightlife. However, that permit application has yet to go through for a couple of reasons. It's application number 7085824, and it is pending because of a current tax hold against the current permit holder, as well as waiting on some additional documentation from Primus Group. So we technically have both a transfer application that has been on hold and then also the active permit that is what we are currently objecting to, because at the end of the year, the active permit is what comes up for renewal. So our objection is to the active permit. We did not object at the time of the renewal. That was Bill Spralazzo was obviously the one fielding those objections at that time. But just so everyone has some clarity, there's a couple different entities in play here. As far as the numbers at XO Nightclub that led us to reach and suggest an objection to you all, first of all, there's been 34 police reports at this location in the last 2 years, most notably a weapons charge, a person with a handgun at the end of December of 2018, a robbery occurring in September of this year, that also included an assault, and then finally, and most notably, a shooting that occurred just outside the location on October 6th of this year, Based on my conversations and our office's conversations with Columbus Police that involved individuals who originally started a skirmish within the nightclub and then it continued outside, which resulted in the shooting just outside the location. All in all, of the 46 calls for service at this location, 16 in the last year, or in 2018, and 30 in 2019, there have been 11 different incidences of fights or assaults, 3 different incidences of domestic violence, and 4 incidents that include weapons. At this location, we've had 3 different instances of potential drug overdoses, and finally, there's 1 current alcohol violation. OIU, Ohio Investigative Unit, went in to do a compliance check with the CPD Columbus PACT unit and found and cited the location for insanitary conditions, improper maintenance of a alcoholic beverage. At this point, open up to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pomeroy. I have some speaker slips here. We have actually 4, but according to council rules, we can only issue 3. And then we have 1 speaker, 3 in favor and 1 in opposition. At this particular time, I'd like to call Ms. Miami Ratcliffe. Not present? Please state your full name and any organization you're associated with, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Miami Ratcliffe, and I am here from Homestead America to represent the Atlas Apartments.
So actually, Miami is with the Atlas Apartments, as she mentioned. There is a gentleman named Joey Jarby, yes, who's here from the Atlas, and then also Doug Allen, who's with the Brunson Condominium. So I think they had prepared comments, but then it was our understanding that I would present, and then, because I'm hopefully going to summarize where you guys are at, and then you guys can answer more specific questions, it sounds like, or add anything, if that's okay.
That's fine.
That was the vote of the 3.
That's fine.
So as we were sitting in the
Get
back.
1 for 3.
So Doug and Joey, would you mind coming up now?
She's going to speak on behalf, just acknowledge those who are present. She's going to speak all in favor of the objection of this particular establishment. Ms. Diefendiefer, please.
Thank you. Council President Hardin, Council President Pro Tem Elizabeth Brown, Public Safety Chair and Councilmember Mitch Brown, and members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. As Councilmember Brown indicated, my name is Lisa Diefendiefer. I'm the Deputy Director of Capitol Crossroads Special Improvement District downtown. I'm here tonight to request City Council object to the renewal of liquor permits held by Long Street Nightlife, LLC, who is doing business as XO Nightclub. This past October, downtown stakeholders representing 1 downtown apartment complex, 4 condominium buildings, a hotel, and a parking garage operator expressed their concerns related to the XO nightclub to us and to the city attorney's office. They specifically cited incidents of violence, drug use, property damage, and excessive noise. All stakeholders indicated that fighting is taking place in the area on a regular basis. 9 assaults and 2 robberies have taken place in the last year, and more alarmingly, as Ms. Pomeroy had mentioned, a shooting took place outside of the XO nightclub on October 6th. 2 club patrons got into an altercation in which one of the men was shot 3 times. Both residents and garage operators report rampant drug use in the area near the club. Additionally, property damage has also taken place. A garage operator has invested nearly $7,000 in new parking garage gates this year because the customers coming from the club exiting the garage didn't want to pay and instead drove right through the gates. Area residents indicated loud noise from cars, crowds loitering in the area, and music from both inside and outside of the club awaken them and keep them awake. A hotel operator in the area has had to refund numerous room nights because of the excessive noise. And then, as you know, as TripAdvisor or any other online presence, a lot of complaints they've had to field related to the issues of safety and noise in that area. All of these issues are having a negative impact on the neighborhood. Residents are unable to sleep. Those that are awake don't want to leave their buildings, quite honestly. Businesses are taking a financial hit unnecessarily, and leasing agents are struggling to find tenants or residents because of safety concerns. And I know that at the Atlas, you guys are now down to occupancy at about 87%, which is the lowest in your history, as I recall. So Capital Crossroads would appreciate City Council objecting to the renewal of the club's liquor license, and we thank you for your consideration. And if you have specific questions, I know there was some incident last night that is kind of new to me that you may want to mention to Joey or Doug or anything else.
Please, speak to the microphone.
Council members, they were running a generator for a food truck that I called the Columbus Police Department about 4 times. Nothing was done about it. It was my understanding that the noise ordinance is, around that time, no more than 60 decibels. But nothing was done about it, and it's hard to get sleep. My quality of life has dropped substantially. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for coming down. Also, we have a speaker slip for Mr. Scott Wooten. Mr. Wooten? Mr. Wooten is speaking in objection to the liquor objection notice. Mr. Wooten, please state your full name and any organization you represent, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Scott Wooten, and I represent the Primus Group. I would like to thank President Hardin and members of council for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Primus Group. Understanding the residents' concerns, we are a minority-owned hospitality group based here out of Columbus, Ohio. And there's so many layers to this. I wanted to speak on behalf of the business because I know personally sometimes we get caught up in running the business and we don't take the time to think the business. And I think that goes to the communication level that we've had with Capital Crossroads and also with some of the other residents in the area. This is one of 5 properties that we have in the city, and we've been operating for almost 5 years. Nightclubs, of course, have a negative connotation, but I think that the area has changed, and I think that we're willing to change with the area. So it's become much more residential. When we first started, there was only 1 condominium or 1 apartment, house in the area, and now it's several. And we understand those concerns, and I think in meeting Lisa today, it was a conversation just about communication. And I think that's where we failed as a business and an organization to make sure that we understand the concerns of the residents in the area and make changes accordingly. Going into 2020, we already have a plan that would enact a different presence in the venue, and I'm excited about those changes, and I would just want the opportunity before any objections to actually sit down with the City Attorney's Office and Capital Crossroads to discuss those and our new vision for the space.
Are there any comments or questions from my colleagues? Councilman Tyson.
Mr. Wooten, I have a question. And so the representative from the City Attorney's Office mentioned a number of issues that have been going on within your business. And so tell me how you're going to deal with some of those issues. I said like 30 fights, domestic violence, shootings. So what's your plan to deal with those situations?
Well, in talking about the incidents specifically, I don't want to get into too much detail, but the main issue that was brought up by the City Attorney's Office was an incident that occurred on October 6th in regards to a shooting that occurred well after our operating hours. We closed, of course, you have to stop serving liquor at 2:15. We closed after that. The shooting actually occurred at 3:45 a.m. We hire special duty officers any night that we're open. They are enforced. So some of those, calls that you see are actually them being proactive instead of reactive and stopping things from happening. When you have a larger venue, whether, you take a concert venue like Express Live or even Nationwide Arena, when you put so many people in an area, you will have issues, but it's our job to be preventative and control them. So specifically with the shooting incident, that was something that happened after our special duty had left the area. And that occurred. And there's other things that were mentioned, I think, about the unsanitary conditions. Those were actually, in being in the industry, I may look at it lighter than the average. There were fruit flies that were in a bottle on a bar that we don't use consistently. So before we open each night, we actually we close each night, we saran wrap all the bottles. Once we open, all the bartenders check the bottles for fruit flies. That was just a bar that we don't typically use. So any other questions you would have, I'd be happy to answer them. I mean, I know there was a lot listed there, but, you know, some of the things that I feel like we've done a great job in controlling our space. You know, there are incidents that happen in and around. We're not the only venue in the area. We're not the only bar in the area. And I think because we are one of the larger facilities, that some of those issues get attributed to us.
My last question would be, have you had meetings before with Capital Crossroads?
Not at all. And I think that's part of the problem, is that there's some confusion with, we sublease from Long Street LLC, which is, they brought up the transfer process that was going through. So I think there was just an issue with communication. As far as they didn't know who to contact, we didn't know who to contact until it became an issue. So for me, I think it would be viable for us to sit down, have a conversation. I think a lot of the resident concerns, I understand. You know, even the food truck issue, we would prefer not to have a food truck, but we can't stop them because those lots aren't owned by us. They're not operated by us. So even in telling our special duty, we would prefer to not have a food truck on our premises. We cannot tell them that they can't be there. So that's another issue that we deal with that affects our business, but we can't control within our business.
Councilman Remy?
When did you take over the business again?
We've actually had the business since its inception as XO Nightlife, so it's going on 5 years at this point.
Councilmember Favor?
Can you give us a little bit more information about what the vision is for 20 with the space?
I think in understanding where downtown Columbus is going, like I said, it's becoming more residential, which is a good thing as far as business owners. We have more people to frequent the area, which we didn't have before. We were a destination that people would drive to from other areas. Our vision now is to do something that's more conducive to the area. We're a large space, so we have to be careful about how we approach it. I think there's, like in comparison, there's a Bluestone, which started as a nightclub, BOMA, and transferred over to an event space or banquet center for corporate events and wedding receptions. That's been very successful. That's an option for us. Also, to do something that's more food and restaurant based in the area, because we see where the vision is, and we would rather be a part of the vision than be something that the community looks at as a nuisance.
Councilman Brown?
Thank you for coming, Mr. Wooten, and for outlining all that for us. It's not often, I think, that someone actually shows up when we have.
Yeah, I
these,
noticed
so-
that as I was
Yeah.
sitting in the back. I was the only one that on the business side, so I understand that.
So, I mean, that shows a level of involvement and commitment. I do want to thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'm also just, this is more of a request than a question. In addition to meeting with with Lisa, who does really good work at the Special Improvement District at Capital Crossroads, obviously there is a community of residents, you know, just next door that have a resident association, and opening up conversations there as you're working on your 2020 vision could be really fruitful. So I would
Definitely.
ask for you to consider doing both of those things going into the future.
I agree. And I think one of the, you know, our business hours are much later generally than the average person. And understand that I wanted to come, and I'm glad that I was able to hear some of the issues, because those are things that we don't typically see. You know, if there's a noise situation, that's something that's solvable. You know, there's things that we can do to be proactive in helping the residents solve these issues. And I don't want it to seem as if I'm making excuses for the business, but I am about solutions, and I do want to find solutions that can make them feel more comfortable living in the spaces that they're in.
Councilman Dorns?
Again, thanks for coming down tonight. I just want a quick point of clarification. The city attorney's office laid out earlier sort of their process of how they typically notify and work with businesses. Again, you've talked a lot about communication, which I think everyone up here appreciates, and certainly I think the residents do as well. A quick question, has there been dialogue between you and the business and the city attorney's office to date about this issue?
That dialogue started last week. So I was actually in contact with the assistant city attorney, and we actually have a meeting this Friday. So in becoming aware of this, it's one of those things where, you know, it's like sending mail to a nightclub that's only open at 10 o'clock. Typically, some things don't get addressed, they don't get sorted through properly. So now that we're aware of it, this is a priority for us, and I want to make sure that we address every issue that exists in the space.
Councilman Remy.
I just have a couple follow-up questions. First of all, unfortunate that you just got notified last week or you just became aware of it. That is not acceptable and certainly not.
Well, not to defend that, the communication started last week. We became aware of it because the dispatch called us. So that was
But even
how.
so,
But
I
yeah.
mean, that's even worse.
Well,
actually,
it
in
is
my
a little
opinion.
bit worse, but I.
So, curious how big the square footage is of the facility, and do you have a commercial kitchen in there already?
We actually have two sides. One side is not currently open, so the total square footage is a little under 18,000 square feet. We do not have a commercial kitchen, but it's one of the easily solvable problem with the technology.
The reason I asked, I was just curious, speaking to your vision, I wanted to see what type of work had to be put into the place. too.
Definitely.
Okay.
And that's our experience level. Like, we've moved more into the bar and restaurant sector. So, I think we found that having places that have food makes it a lot easier to keep customers in the seats. So I think that's something we would love to do.
Thanks for coming down.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Wooten, thank you. At this particular time, Mr. Dunbar, would you please speak to the fact that what happens when council addresses the issue of objections? What is the process?
Thank you, Councilmember Brown. I talked about the process, big picture here, I guess more specifically, especially in a place like Columbus, Ohio, where it's easy to know everyone and talk to everyone. The objections are put into the record tonight. They're conveyed to the Division of Liquor Control. I believe Sarah said this. That kicks off a year and a half of talking to folks. And overwhelmingly, particularly this last year, we were able to resolve the majority of our objections with agreements. And I guess just to editorialize a bit, please understand, talking to folks, hearing their plans, seeing what they are doing, when things start lining up, okay, maybe we're going to be in good shape next year. These liquor objections come up once a year. We are happy to work with folks. We do every single time when people come to talk to us. At the same time, we got to make sure we don't get our pants pulled down. And I'm not saying that because I think Mr. Wooten or anyone else is standing up here thinking, okay, I'm going to get these suckers tonight. But the reality is a lot of folks can have very good intentions, have a lot of plans for the coming year or years. If we don't have something that lets us say, okay, either you're not doing the plans or you're doing your stated plans, but it just ain't working, that's the reason someone who I believe is very well-intentioned, who is nice, who knows a lot of folks and is coming and talk to you all like this, it's not a matter of, geez, moral value judgment or anything. It's just now is the time when we've got to make these decisions for the upcoming year. It doesn't end the dialogue. It begins over a year of dialogue. But from the city attorney's perspective, as this council's lawyer, we can't just do that wholly on the basis of, well, someone has plans that sound nice. We have to do something that covers the city, the residents, in case, again, forget even them not following the plans. People will follow well-intentioned plans and they don't work out. So I don't know if this is what you were getting at, but yes. The gist of it is we talk to folks. If all goes well, it goes well. But if it doesn't, if there are other shootings, if there are other incidents, and not just to XO, but any of them, we certainly like to have the ability to jump right on it as opposed to having to, start not wholly from scratch, but not take advantage of an opportunity we have to take a next step in a legal process when, we must make that decision.
Thank you. Councilmember Dorns.
Thank you, Chair Brown. Just to clarify, so what you're talking about is essentially, allow me to summarize and you can tell me whether I'm correct or not. Basically, you're asking us to put the city in the best position possible to work with this business, again, with what we've heard tonight, for them to be successful and also to be successful with the residents in the area.
Correct.
Thank you.
We haven't heard from the Detective Evans. Is there anything you wish to add?
No, sir.
Thank you. Hearing that, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tyson?
I just want to make a comment. I think it's, puts us in an awkward situation somewhat, because when you hear that an individual just started having conversations last week, that becomes a challenge, especially if there were situations in 2018 and 2019. Now, recognizing that the business, when you run a business, some of those bars and things like that, things occur, no doubt about that. However, what I think is, I think people are looking a little concerned is because when these incidents occur, who's going out and saying, look, you could lose your liquor license. If you don't get this under control, it's getting ready to be, a real issue. Are you working with the, like I said, even the downtown crossroads, Capitol Crossroads? I mean, it's like there's been no real conversation. Now, you may say, well, you own a business, you should know these things should not occur. And even if, and you say, even some of these police calls, were some of the police calls a proactive on the business's call and saying, something doesn't look right, I'm calling, could you come over here? So it just puts us in an interesting situation because we want to make sure our residents are safe when they go there. But we also, I don't think, want to try to harm a business that maybe didn't realize this could occur. But the other thing, but again, Mr. Dunbar, you're saying that this whole year, so if we were to say we were in support of this moving forward, not to renew those licenses, this individual, Mr. Wooten, still has an opportunity between leaving here and working with, hopefully, with the city attorney's office as well before it goes to the state liquor control to be able to make the changes to his business. Is that correct?
It is a couple things, and I probably used terminology that was too flippant, but please understand, this entire almost year and a half, the entire city, and I'm including everyone here, everyone from police to city attorney, we have not been able to address violent alcohol establishments. The group that does that historically was shut down. So, from a number of you folks, why didn't you send a letter? The group that does that for a living was gone. And when we go to the Division of Police, they say, we're working on, so we get that group back up and running. We didn't have the luxury of that out constantly the entire year. So that means, like it or not, again, for us, I meant this when I said we had to make up for a lot of lost time over the last month or so. And the reality is the state requires these objections in now. And just the way the facts lined up, we didn't have the capacity to address these places overwhelmingly until now, the same time that the process requires us to make that objection recommendation to you and to make that on to the state of Ohio. So absolutely agree. Obviously, we would love to have much more notice. Here's the shooting that happened. Here's this. Here, you need to do something about it. But we got to make tough calls sometimes. And the reality is that means something when we lose a significant portion of the Division of Police for a significant portion of time. That doesn't make the place any less dangerous to the folks in and around it. So,
Councilor Tyson.
What are you going to do now to support that business? So this person, we're going to vote tonight, and this person still has an opportunity to make those changes to his establishment so that he hopefully would not lose his license. Is that correct?
Correct.
So who would do that? Who would be working with him?
Well, as you heard, we're meeting Friday.
So, okay. So you're going to meet Friday, and you're going to, and making sure that we try to help this individual to do whatever's necessary to retain their business.
That's correct, with the understanding, and I am saying this because we've been through this, many times before. It's not as simple as, okay, tell us all the great stuff. We have to have an assurance in place. And I'm saying this specifically because oftentimes we hit a point where we are able to talk in the abstract, okay, you're going to do this, this sounds good. You're going to do this, this sounds good.
I agree, I
When we-
understand that. I'm not trying to cut you off, I know we have a lot to go. I'm just making sure, so he has to have a concrete plan over a period of time, not just on Friday, is that correct?
And it must be enforceable. That's the critical thing
Okay.
I was getting at. That's where overwhelmingly people balk.
Okay.
Councilman Remy?
This is a question for the Public Safety Director or Deputy Director. Do we not keep our special duty hired through the City of Columbus? One thing that's notable about this establishment over the other ones that we talked about, he mentioned that they use special duty officers. Is that hired through the City of Columbus? Do we keep track of the hours and who hires special duty officers?
We do. The only issue is that they're restricted in what they can do. They cannot work the interior of an establishment, a bar. They can only work the outside. And that involves sometimes crowd control, traffic, depends on the event. But it's never been a situation where they could work the interior of a bar. Oftentimes, that's where problems begin. And when they come out, they have to deal with them at that point in time. But they're quite restricted, but yes, we know who's working and how much time they put forth.
So I'd make a recommendation. On establishments that use special duty, I would recommend that you provide us with the number of hours that they've utilized over the last couple of years. I'd like to know that while these incidents were occurring, did we have special duty officers working? What were the hours? What was the commitment of the business to hire our own to make sure that, you know, their establishment was safe? Don't know those numbers tonight. I can't support the application as the objection at this point. It just seems to me that there's too many variables that haven't been addressed, and so that's where I'm at.
If there are no additional questions from my colleagues, I would only say to all of you that I've been down this road many, many, many times before with establishments. And if we don't give the city attorney's office the strong arm capability of holding people accountable, it does not happen. With that, I move for adoption and I call for a voice vote.
Is there a second? Please call the roll by voice.
Ms. Brown?
No.
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Dorans?
Yes.
Ms. Faber? Mr. Remy? Ms. Tyson?
I'm gonna vote yes on this, but only reason I'm gonna vote yes is that I do wanna report back on this business. So, because I don't want, there's an interesting, trying to weigh all of this to make sure our residents are safe. But I wanna report back on the conversations that are going on with this business to assure that, I wanna hear what his plan is. He needs to have a real plan for it. And I also wanna make sure, because I don't want a person to lose a business based upon some things that we did not have in place, which was discussed also today. Thank you.
President Harden?
No, the resolution is not adopted.
That's all I have this evening, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next committee to come before council is the Neighborhoods Committee. Thank you for the assist.
You're welcome.
Council member. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Dorans. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Council President Harden. Tonight, in Neighborhoods Committee, I have ordinance number 3293-2019 to authorize Columbus City Council to enter in a grant agreement with All People Arts to authorize an appropriation expenditure within the Neighborhoods Initiative Subfund and to declare an emergency. Councilmember Remy, you've been a champion of the funding for Arts for All People, so I'd like you to take it from here, if that's all right.
Sure thing. Thank you very much, Councilmember Dorans. I'd like to invite Mike Promo from Community Development for All People to the podium. I'll read through the resolution and some of the background on it. All People's Arts actively works toward building strong neighborhoods by providing an opportunity for all residents to gain exposure and access to art, as well as bringing the community together through creative expression. All People Arts not only wants to contribute to the beautification of the South Side, but to the unity and fellowship between residents through intentional outreach for free workshops and open studios. All People Arts creates good-paying jobs through providing a space for artists to host workshops, as well as promote and sell their work through the gallery. Supporting and empowering the paid artist is at the core of All People Arts. All People Arts develops pathways out of poverty through providing an open, inclusive and safe space for all, as well as free and subsidized classes. These initiatives function as a therapeutic outlet for all members of the community, which in turn increases resilience, as well as a sense of value and self-worth. All People Arts encourages personal agency and provides a positive mechanism for self-expression. This funding will assist All People Arts with the build-out of their space at Parsons Village 2, a senior living complex on the south side. Mike, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Council President and Councilman Remy. I just want to say I'm Mike Primo. I'm the External Engagement Director for Community Development for All People. All People Arts is a subsidiary organization of ours. It's a new venture that we're taking, and an adventure that we're undertaking. And I won't take up a lot of time. I just really want to say thank you to each and every one of you for the support, not only of this project, but of the work that we're doing on the South Side as a whole. I think if I went through one by one and talked about all the different ways members of this council have helped CD4AP in our projects, we'd be here a lot longer. So I'll just say thank you very much. A lot of great stuff happening on the South Side. We're very excited to be part of that work, and we don't have a better partner in that work than the City Council and the City of Columbus. So I would just say to all of you, and especially Councilman Remy, thank you very much for your support. Thank you.
Sorry about the typo. I knew it was Primo.
Okay.
Our kids are friends, so you know. Does anybody else have any comments or questions this evening? Seeing none, I guess you should probably move for passage. All right, somebody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Remy. I will now move for passage.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, Council President. May I move on to the Public Utilities Committee?
Please.
Thank you. We have two ordinances tonight. The first is ordinance number 3018 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter in a construction contract with K&W Roofing for Sewer Maintenance Operations Center roof replacement Phase 3 project, to fund the $2,000 prevailing wage fee to the Department of Public Service, to authorize the appropriation, transfer, and expenditure of up to $170,438.87 with the Sanitary Sewer Build America Bond Fund 6113, to authorize the appropriation, transfer, and expenditure of up to $38,225.85 within the Sanitary Recovery Zone Super Build America Bond Fund 6114, to authorize the appropriation, transfer, and expenditure up to $447,706.40 within the Sanitary Sewer Permanent Improvement Fund 6115, to authorize the transfer within an expenditure of up to $2,065,890.88 to the Sanitary Sewer General Obligation Bond Fund 6109, and to amend the 2019 capital improvement budget to provide sufficient authority. The Sewer Maintenance Operations Center is a very old building, and with old buildings, sometimes they need new roofs, and that's what we're paying for tonight. Do my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Next, I have ordinance number 3149-2019 to authorize the Director of Public Utilities to enter into a contract with J&D Home Improvements, Inc., doing business as Basement Doctor, for the Volunteer Sub-Pump Program, Miller Kelton 1, Phase 1, to authorize the expenditure of up to $1,289,530 from the Sanitary Sewer General Obligation Bond Fund, to authorize an expenditure of up to $2,000 for prevailing wage services to the Department of Public Service, and to amend the 2019 capital improvement budgets. Sub-pumps keep rainwater out of sanitary sewers. The voluntary sub-pump program provides a sub-pump for residents that qualify. We do this in many neighborhoods across the city, and we're now expanding to the Livingston area. Residents in the Miller-Kelton area with a single-family home or duplex that don't currently have a sub-pump can find out if they're eligible by calling the Blueprint office at 614-645-1253. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Second. Please call the row.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson. President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you, President Hart. May I move on to rules and reference?
Please.
Thank you. I have ordinance number 3221-2019 to amend the Columbus City Code, Section 598, 03B, to require all short-term rental permit applications to submit a background check performed by the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation approved provider prior to receiving a short-term rental. I'm going to request to table this legislation to our January 13th of 2020 meeting. This amendment will require all short-term rental permit applicants to submit a background check performed by the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, approved prior to receiving a short-term rental permit, and until after the break. This will give some of the major platforms more time to notify their hosts of the proposed changes to make sure everyone can get into full compliance. Public safety is our top concern when it comes to short-term rental industry, and tabling this ordinance until January 13th does not change that. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments? Seeing none, again, I would request to table this legislation.
Please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Table.
Thank you, President. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Public Service Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Favor. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Harden. Tonight in Public Service and Transportation, we have ordinance number 3216-2019 to authorize the city attorney to file complaints in order to immediately appropriate and accept the remaining fee simple and lesser real estate necessary to timely complete the Urban Infrastructure Recovery Fund project and to declare an emergency. The city must acquire certain fee simple title and lesser real estate located in the vicinity of the Greater Linden and Westgate areas in order for the Department of Public Service to timely complete the Urban Infrastructure Recovery Project. The city's acquisition of the real estate will help make, improve, or repair certain portions of the public right-of-way within the project area, which will be open to the public without charge. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I would move for passage.
Please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. That's all I have in my committees.
Thank you, Chair Favor. The next committee coming before council is the Economic Development Committee. That committee is chaired by Councilmember Remy. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Council President Harden. Tonight I have ordinance number 3009-2019 to create a tax increment financing area encompassing certain parcels of real property in the area known as Grandview Crossing, to declare improvements to those parcels to be a public purpose and exempt from real property taxation, to require the owners of those parcels to make service payments in lieu of taxes, to require the distribution of the applicable portion of those service payments to the Columbus City School District, and to establish an urban redevelopment tax increment equivalent fund for the deposit of the remainder of those service payments. The City Department of Development has determined to facilitate the urban redevelopment of certain parcels of real property generally located at the northeast corner of Dublin Road and Grandview Avenue. And in connection with that redevelopment, the city has entered into an economic development agreement with Wagon-Brenner Development, providing for the redevelopment plan for the parcels, and as part of that plan, providing for the creation of a tax increment financing area on the redevelopment parcels pursuant to Section 570941 of the Ohio Revised Code. In order to implement the urban redevelopment plan under the Economic Development Agreement, the attached ordinance establishes a TIF area for the project and provides for a 100% exemption from real property taxation on all improvements to the parcel within the TIF area for a period of not more than 30 years. The Columbus City School District will receive, in the same manner as usual, all amounts that it would have received in real property taxes had the tax exemption not been granted. Annual service payment in lieu of taxes will be made with respect to improvements to the TIF parcels. The applicable portion of those service payments will be distributed directly to the Columbus City School District, with the remaining non-school portion of those service payments paid to the city for the deposit into the TIF fund established in this ordinance to be used to fund infrastructure improvements benefiting the TIF parcels pursuant to a parcel authorized TIF and cooperative agreement. On December 5th, I held a public hearing on tax increment financing, otherwise known as TIFs. That hearing included basic information about TIFs and how the City of Columbus uses them as a development tool. These were established in 1976 by the Ohio legislature, and we started using them in 1996. We have used them successfully for areas such as the Arena District, the Easton, Polaris, all of the TIFs that we do within the City of Columbus make the Columbus City Schools whole. There are a number of TIF legislative actions tonight on the agenda, and so this was the first of several, but wanted to highlight the fact that we did do this public hearing on December 5th. There is you can find the hearing itself on YouTube through the City of Columbus's channel, as well as there are some frequently asked questions that have been published to the Department of Development's website to find out more about what TIF legislation is. It's been an objective of mine as chair of this department to make sure that we're being completely transparent in the deals that we do, and certainly want people to understand how these tools are utilized in order to help the city of Columbus grow, make sure that they represent our values as far as providing affordable housing, good paying jobs, and certainly to create jobs within the city of Columbus. Director, do you have any comments this evening?
President Hardin, Chair Remy, I'd be happy to give my 30-minute presentation on TIFs, but for right now, I will answer any questions that you might have and go into further details on the other legislation.
Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have any questions or comments this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Next, I have ordinance number 3015, 2019. And before I read through that, I'd like to invite David Conley, the CFO of Revolution Holdings, also known as Condado Tacos. This ordinance is to authorize the Director of Department of Development to enter into an enterprise zone agreement with Revolution Holding, Inc., DBA Condado Tacos, and Westerville Taco Real Estate, LLC, for a tax abatement of 75% for a period of 10 consecutive years in consideration of a total proposed capital investment of approximately $2,895,000, including $1,600,000 in real property improvements, $1,260,000 in building acquisition, $25,000 in machinery and equipment, and $10,000 in furniture and fixtures, and the creation of 20 net new full-time permanent positions with an estimated new annual payroll of approximately $800,000, and the retention of 36 jobs with an approximate annual payroll of $1,450,000 at the project site. I will let you go into your presentation, Mr. Conley, and talk a little bit more about this project.
Thank you very much. President Hardin, Pro Tem Brown, and Councilman Remy, as well as the rest of council. I'm David Conley. I'm the CFO. We just opened our 15th restaurant. We are very proud to have started our first restaurant in late 2014 here in the short north. As I mentioned, we just opened number 15 last week. Six of these reside in the Columbus Metro. Another 4 are actually within Ohio. We are planning on investing about $2.9 million into this facility, as well as Condado is going to be putting in $1 million of new equipment in there as well. So it's almost a $4 million total package here, that kind of what we're talking about. We are currently subleasing a space in downtown Columbus, about 7,000 square feet. We are totally out of room. We can maybe do 17 restaurants out of there and everything. Logistics is very tough, kind of actually getting trucks in and out. Kind of actually have a retail place in 250 South High. The new space is 26,000 square feet. We feel we can service 50 restaurants out of there with actually one shift, and we should be able to do 100 restaurants of actually going to 2 shifts. We actually have a very aggressive growth plan coming up. We've actually added 5 restaurants the last 2 years. We actually have 5 leases signed for next year, and 2 other LOIs that we're planning on executing very, very shortly here. So we're a very quickly growing company. Our commissary produces the majority of our proteins, beans, cheeses, toppings, and sauces. On any given week, we're doing 15,000 pounds of fruit, 13,000 pounds of vegetables, 10 to 11,000 pounds of proteins, and 2 pounds of cheese. So it's a large facility. We actually have 36 employees currently working there. In short order, we will likely move our catering department there. We'd love to get a test kitchen set up. A couple of the other plans we actually have for the area is to basically start a composting program here shortly, and we're actually hopeful to partner with a food bank coming up here shortly as well, kind of for some of the excess food that we have. This property tax abatement is a major factor to us. Kind of with the level of investment. Thank you all for your time and consideration. We actually appreciate the support of Columbus and also the state of Ohio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conley. We appreciate your investment in the city of Columbus. I saw the dispatch just rated you the #1 happy hour in the city, I believe it was. I know that it's a great establishment. We're happy to have you here. Director, do you have any comments in regards to this legislation?
I do not. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Any questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Pass.
Thanks again, Mr.
Thank you all very much.
Next, I have ordinance number 3146, 2019, to create a downtown redevelopment district and an innovation district on certain parcels of real property in the area of the Columbus Electric Trolley Barn, located within the city at 1600 Oak Street, south of the Franklin Park Conservatory, to declare improvements within the district to be a public purpose, to create the Municipal Downtown Redevelopment District Fund, and to approve subsequent related agreements. An innovation district is an area located entirely within a downtown redevelopment district and equipped with a high-speed broadband network capable of download speeds of at least 100 gigabytes per second. The goal of the district is to attract and facilitate growth of qualified businesses and supporting the economic development efforts of business incubators and accelerators. The Department of Development is proposing the establishment of a downtown redevelopment district and innovation district area pursuant to 570945 of the Ohio Revised Code in the area of the Columbus Electric Trolley Barn located at 1600 Oak Street, south of the Franklin Park Conservatory. The attached ordinance establishes the DRD and provides for a 70% exemption from real property taxation on all development on the DRD parcels for a period of not more than 30 years. Annual service payments in lieu of taxes will be made with respect to new private development on the DRD parcels. The service payments will be paid to the city for deposit into the Municipal Downtown Redevelopment District Fund, established in the ordinance to be used to provide funds for loans, improvements, and other authorized activities benefiting the DRD and ID parcels. To achieve the addressed goals, an economic development plan will be put into place. The plan will require the trolley barn to satisfy community needs using the DRD funds. The community needs are to increase neighborhoods' food access, quality of life, and choices. Improving their quality of life, trolley barn will provide opportunities to better the neighborhood's health, combat unemployment, and high rate of food stamp utilization. The economic development plan establishes the ability to support new educational professional programs and career opportunities for community members. The plan also encourages supporting existing and new minority-owned businesses in the Innovation District. This has been a journey, to say the least, to get to this point. After decades of a blighted, abandoned property, we finally have a local developer who's located within the city of Columbus who has stepped forward after winning some tax preservation credits through the state of Ohio. He is using a unique, newly formed opportunity using this type of this type of legislation to help to sustain a market that is going to serve the Near East Side in the Franklin Park area. We have held extensive number of public hearings on this particular piece of ordinance, and we have also listened to the community. This legislation was brought to us, brought forward after unanimous approval by the Area Commission and unanimous approval of the school board. In conversations with the developer, we have asked many questions as a body, and are satisfied with the commitment that he has made to the community. We know that he's committed substantial resources to the Columbus City Schools, and we're excited to expand on that a little bit by his commitment to help build out the Columbus City Schools space so that we can partner with him through the Columbus Recs and Parks Department to provide additional opportunities for classroom study for our youth within the neighborhood. We know that this is sorely needed in an area that's been considered a food desert for far too long. We know that this property has been vacant and abandoned for decades, and really no clear opportunity in sight to see improvement until the developer came along. We know that this is a brownfield. We know it's going to take substantial resources, and we're excited for what the next steps are. We do have a couple of speakers on this particular topic tonight, so I will call up our first speaker and then allow for an opportunity for the Department of Development to speak on it. Our first speaker this evening is Michael Cole. If you would come forward, Mr. Cole, and state your name, any association that you may have, and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Good evening, President Hardin, Pro Tem Brown, Mr. Chairman Remy, and members of the council. It's always an honor to have the opportunity to come before you and speak on something that is such a paramount opportunity for our city and particularly for our neighborhood. You illuminated so many important aspects of it. It's almost like you stole my thunder. But what I'll say is this, is that in this environment today that we're in, where we rarely have the opportunity, especially when there's so much lack of clarity and understanding about tax instruments that afford us growth, afford us development, create opportunities for residents here. This one here is, in my mind, a win-win proposition for our community. It truly is. This downtown redevelopment piece is unique in that it's a first-timer for this city, period. In addition to that, it's something that uniquely takes a look at a neighborhood that isn't traditionally thought of as being inside of downtown, but actually a neighborhood outside of downtown. A neighborhood that for several generations has had to endure blight, has had to endure vermin, has had to endure all of the things that come with blight and brownfield, neighborhood illness, and more importantly, neighborhood social sickness around crime. This is a community that came vehemently before all of us on the board, and first my committee. Again, my name is Michael Cole. I serve as Vice President of the Columbus City Board of Education and also Chair of the Finance and Appropriation Committee, where we had the opportunity to really do a deep dive discussion into how important this DRD, this Downtown Redevelopment District, is for the Near East Side. We heard from local residents, folks who are of incredible report in the community, from the Area Commission, and folks who have served the neighborhood, even on a voluntary basis, to come out and clean that area, saying that they're asking us for their support moving this forward. I was able to work with some very talented people, including my board, to do that. Folks, I'm asking for the opportunity for you to support this. More importantly, I'm asking for the opportunity, as you are the appointing body of an advisory committee moving forward, that would also open a chair opportunity, a space for the Columbus City School Board to serve in the capacity of helping to make decisions on this matter as well. So moving forward, we're looking at the opportunity here to ensure that there are applied experiences for our youngsters that take us from a classroom environment to a local environment. We're looking at the opportunity, again, of local innovation that creates incubator space for small business and opportunities for growth. This is an opportunity for not just the neighborhood of Franklin Park, but also the city as a whole. I'm asking for your support respectfully, and I thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President Cole. Appreciate you coming down this evening and sharing your thoughts. Are there any questions or comments for the speaker this evening? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joe Motil. Please come forward, state your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes. Careful.
All right, yeah. President Hardin, Pro Tem Brown, members of City Council. Joe Motil, I reside at 167 West Cook Road in Columbus. My advocacy and commitment towards preserving the architectural and historic character of our city's buildings and homes is well known by many people. And I truly appreciate Mr. DeHaze and Connect Realty's vision as a developer who sees both the historic value and profit that can be achieved through reuse of our historic structures and the company's accomplishments that can be seen throughout Columbus. This past May, I attended the Columbus Landmarks Foundation's member appreciation tour of the trolley barn and was able to inspect the site personally. No one is doubting the potential for this site. A nonprofit, Eastside Development Corporation, had sought support from City Hall to revitalize the trolley barn 9 years ago, but was denied the type of support by City Hall that Connect Realty has now received. Connect Realty purchased the property in 2014 and applied for and has received a well-deserved $2 million historic tax credit for the project. Everything seemed to be running smoothly until 2 months ago when at the 11th hour it was surprisingly announced that in order for this project to come to fruition, it would require an $8.8 million 30-year taxpayer subsidy. And just like other new developments throughout Columbus, whether it's preservationists trying to save a building or residents complaining about the height, density, or parking requirements of a new development, residents are always on the short end of a compromise while coming to terms with the Columbus way. I don't know who wrote this Exhibit E, and I appreciate the time someone took to research the fact, to check various health-related issues, but trying to make the claim that this food market is going to address poverty, infant mortality, diabetes, stunted mental and physical development in young children, combat high unemployment and high rates of food stamp utilization, I think is really going a little bit overboard. And let's be clear, this is a private development with a tap room, takeout and dine-in eateries in conjunction with a privately operated market. Public markets are commonly subsidized, private ones are not. The North Market will be subsidized by stealing much-needed funds from our Affordable Housing Trust Fund and Emergency Human Services Fund, this one by robbing public school revenues. I also question the definition of calling this site a food desert with a Kroger store 1.1 miles away. And I'd like to ask, will the produce sold at this market be competitive with that of our local grocery stores, or will low-income residents and poverty-stricken food stamp recipients that are referenced be gouged by high prices? And although I understand the benefits of this DRD from a preservationist view, I also see it as an unnecessary developer taxpayer subsidy that will unfortunately spur further gentrification of this neighborhood while forcing out many minority low-income renters and longtime homeowners. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for Mr. Motul? Thank you very much, Mr. Motul. Don't forget your notebook. All right. Director Stevens, do you have some words to speak on this?
Thank you, President Hardin, Chair Favor, members of council. The city is making a strategic investment into this project by forming a downtown redevelopment district because we want to increase the food access for the neighborhood, improve the neighborhood's health indicators, provide educational programs, and support small minority business growth around the Trolley Barn project. In addition to the Trolley Barn project, I would like to highlight that there's also plans to develop 102-unit apartments with 20% of affordable units to residents making 80% and 100% of area median income across the street. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do any of my colleagues have any questions for the director? Yes, Chair, I'm going to call you Chair. Councilmember Favor.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge Bradley Hayes and his team for their efforts in putting together this project, and critically important, their plan to preserve and restore the historic Trolley Barn that represents a memorable part of the city's history. In our conversations, we have discussed the Near East Side and Franklin Park community's great support for this project, and that is one of the main reasons why I'm happy to support this legislation to move the project forward tonight. We know that a fresh food market has the potential to be a critical asset for this community, as it will bring much-needed food access to our residents, but also opportunity for some small businesses and entrepreneurs. I do, however, want to underscore the importance of ensuring this project is indeed for the community in which it will stand. Although the demographics of the Near East Side are shifting, we know that a great number of residents living on this side of town still need better access to food, health care, jobs, and other community resources that will assist them in living comfortably in our city. I believe there are opportunities to partner with the Department of Health, Recreation and Parks, Columbus City Schools to create programming, offer screenings and trainings to accomplish these very things. I have been very clear about what my vision is for this venue and have communicated that with the developer. I look forward to continuing to work with Brad and his team to make sure that this development is a success for everyone, including the residents of the Near East Side and our students at East High and the surrounding Columbus City schools.
Thank you. Councilmember Tyson.
Thank you, Chair Remy. I certainly have had many conversations with Brad, and this particular project is one that is think about our local food action plan that was started about 5 years ago with Commissioner O'Grady and myself. There are 4 goals to that particular plan, and one of those goals is to make sure that people have access and education to local food and affordable food. And so the trolley barn, this new project absolutely will meet that goal. Another goal of the plan is looking at food as an economic driver, and certainly to ensure that small and minority businesses have an opportunity to be able to grow their product inside the city of Columbus, but also sell their produce within this new facility. And so as we continue to make sure that we are achieving the goals of the Franklin County and Columbus Local Food Action Plan, this particular project certainly is part of that plan. And so I know I will be supporting it because it's part of the overall plan. Thank you.
President Pro Tem Brown.
Thank you, Chair Remy. I'd like to say that with Councilmember Tyson's focus on food insecurity, with Councilmember Favor's focus on housing, the support of the two of you means a lot. But I do want to thank Mr. DeHaze for your historic preservation work and for this plan to erase a neighborhood blight. But I just want to underscore that this project has to serve the neighborhood and the neighborhood in which it exists. And I know we've had those conversations, and I wanted to underscore it here tonight. That as Mr. Motil said, it is not easy to save a structure like this, and I appreciate that. But also, keep in mind the goal, I think, for this council, I can't only speak for myself, but I hear it from my colleagues, the goal is to serve this neighborhood in which the building sits.
To that point, I know in our conversations, we've talked about SNAP benefits and, putting him in touch with like Landon up at the Linden Food Market to talk about how they're doing it up there. There's a real, I believe, commitment by the developer to make sure that they are making sure, serving everyone in that neighborhood. This is not going to be another North Market. And so, I'm confident that there's that ongoing commitment to do so. I mean, we know that, those of us who've been around food, especially Councilmember Tyson, these markets are expensive to operate. And in order for this to be an incubator for the types of businesses that we, as a council, would like to see in there, and keep the rent rates low for those booths, there needs to be some support. And this is a mechanism to do so. And, we've got to be clear, this is an undeveloped property that's not paying the school district much of anything at this point. So we're happy for the support and the commitment. We have received an overwhelming number of letters and support from community members. I do have an adjacent neighbor, Elder Larry Price, who wrote with many different supporters throughout the community that their strong support for it. I have a letter here from Representative Erica Crawley from her office talking about the support and the need that they have in that area. So I would ask for my colleagues' support in passing this. Are there any other questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you very much. These next 3 ordinances are ordinances that reorganize areas within the Arena District and provide for future growth in this area. This ordinance is ordinance number 3167, 2019, to remove parcels from existing Arena District tax increment financing area by amending ordinance 235698 to create the Vine Tax Increment Financing Area Number 1, to declare improvements to the parcels in the area to be a public purpose and exempt from taxation, and to provide the implementation of Ordinance 2043, 2019, and the Economic Development Agreement and Tax Increment Financing Agreement entered into pursuant to that ordinance. I'm going to, am I out of line?
No, please. You're doing a great job, Councilman.
Thanks. I'm going to turn this over to the director for a small presentation on the next 3. Sorry.
Thank you, President Harden, Chair Remy, members of council. These ordinances will create 3 new TIF districts under Section 5709.41 of the Ohio Revised Code. The restructured TIF districts ensure an efficient mechanism for the reimbursement of past and future investments. Examples of the costs that may be reimbursed include infrastructure costs internal to the project and debt associated with the Arena District-related projects. Such allowable reimbursements also include the debt issued by the Franklin County Convention and Facilities Authority associated with the purchase of Nationwide Arena. Significant new TIF revenues are projected to occur as a result of the surge of new development in the Arena District. I'd be happy to answer any questions regarding any of the 3 ordinances.
All right. Seeing no questions or comments, I move for passage. By voice.
Please call the roll by voice.
Ms. Brown? Mr. Brown? Yes. Mr. Dorans? No. Ms. Faber? No. Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson? Yes. President Harden?
Yes, ordinance passed.
Next ordinance I have this evening is 3169, 2019, to remove a parcel from the existing downtown tax increment financing area by amending ordinance 973, 2008 to create the Hyatt Regency tax increment financing area number 1 and to declare improvements to the parcels in that area to be a public purpose and exempt from taxation. Director, do you have any further comments other than the fact that they're going to utilize this money, from our understanding, to renovate the Hyatt?
President Harden, Chair Remy, members of council, that is correct. Our understanding is they're going to make an investment to continue to make this as competitive as possible in our convention and facility space.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage by voice.
Please call the roll by voice.
Ms. Brown? Mr. Brown? Yes. Mr. Dorans? No. Ms. Faber? No. Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson? President Harden?
Yes, ordinance passed.
Next, I have ordinance number 3170, 2019, to remove parcels from the existing Jaeger tax increment financing by amending ordinance 1648, 2016, to create the Jaeger tax increment financing area number 2 and to declare improvements to the parcels in the area to be a public purpose and exempt from taxation. Are there any questions or comments from my colleagues this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage by voice.
Please call the roll by voice.
Ms. Brown? No. Mr. Brown? Yes. Mr. Dorans? No. Ms. Faber? No. Mr. Remy?
Yes.
Ms. Tyson? Yes. President Harden?
Yes, ordinance passed.
Next, I have ordinance 3176, 2019, to create a tax increment financing area encompassing certain parcels of real property in the area generally located at the northeast corner of Dublin Road and Trabue Road, to declare improvements to those parcels to be a public purpose and exempt from real property taxation, to require the owners of those parcels to make service payments in lieu of taxes, to require the distribution of the applicable portion of those service payments to the Hilliard City Schools District and the Central Ohio Joint Vocational School District, to establish a tax increment equivalent fund for the deposit of the remainder of those service payments, and to declare an emergency. Director, do you have any comments about this particular ordinance?
I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from my colleagues or this evening? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden?
Passed.
Next, I have 3523, 2019, to authorize the Director of Department of Development to execute and deliver a tax increment financing and cooperative agreement by and among the City of Columbus, the Marble Cliff Quarry Community Authority, and Wagenbrenner Development, or its designee, to provide for the redevelopment of property located at the northeast corner of Dublin Road and Trabue Road, and to declare an emergency. Are there any questions or comments from my colleague? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Please call the roll on ordinance 3253.
Brown, Dorans, Faber, Remy, Tyson, President Harden?
Passed.
And tonight, for my final ordinance, I'd like to invite Alice Fuller, Alicia Ward, and Jenny Leal from Elevate Northland to the podium as I introduce ordinance number 3283, 2019, to authorize Columbus City Council to enter into a grant agreement with Elevate Northland in support of a multi-use retail and co-working development, to authorize an appropriation and expenditure of $15,000 within the Jobs Growth Subfund, and to declare an emergency. The purpose of this ordinance is to authorize Columbus City Council to enter into a grant agreement with Elevate Northland in support of a multi-use retail and co-working development in the Northland area. This proposed development, located near I-71 and Highway 161, would contain a 20,000 square foot structure on 1.32 acres and consist of an ethnic food hall with commercial kitchen, dining area, outdoor patio, community community garden, open co-working spaces, and conference meeting room for rent. Elevate Northland is a partnership involving the Northland Community Council, Northland Alliance, and Northland Area Business Association with a mission to promote sustainable social and economic development in the Northland area. There has been significant effort by neighborhood leaders and stakeholders to develop the 161 corridor in Northland. This project represents a cooperative development combining business incubation, an international market, nonprofit hub, and a community center to create a destination community hub anchored by locally owned multicultural businesses. Columbus City Council has been an advocate for development that strengthens neighborhoods, and it's supporting this project with $15,000 in funding from the Jobs Growth Subfund. Just want to say, been impressed with the work that's been accomplished so far. I know that the collaboration has been remarkable, quite honestly, and to see, something go from an idea to the point where you're at this point, including being a CDC designation, nonprofit. I mean, I think you got a 501c3 faster than just about any organization that I've ever heard of. So we're proud to be a part of this and to help financially support this. Looking forward to seeing what's next. I know Council President Pro Tem Brown wants to say a few words.
I just want to say that I was proud to co-sponsor this. Thank you for your hard work. And it's going to be a real asset to the community. And I know that it is no small feat to make it just to here where we are tonight, and then you've got a lot of work ahead of you still. So I'm proud to support this, and I really look forward to seeing your vision come to life and to continue to stay plugged into and updated on the project. Thank you.
I know that the other piece of it is that your commitment to support the New American Refugee and Immigrant community, and I think that that's especially important for that part of the city where so many of them are located, so many entrepreneurial businesses that are available up there, and there's plenty of people that would like to start a business that don't quite know how to do so. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you, Alice. Say a few words.
I guess we were just going to introduce ourselves. I'm Alicia Ward. I'm the president of the Northland Community Council.
Hi. Oh. Hello. I'm Jenny Leal. I'm chair of the Northland Alliance. We're all co-founders of the organization as well. Thank you for having us.
I'm Alice Fuller, the president of the Northland Area Business Association. Council President Hardin, President Pro Tem Brown, Chair Remy, members of the council, hello friends. Our focus at Elevate Northland is using the business incubator and co-working space concept in a new way as a method to create an ongoing revenue stream to support our neighborhood and its people. The target business for our center is not the next great finance or healthcare app that attracts venture capital. The target business for our center is a Main Street business, the hair salon, the family-owned restaurant, the piano teacher, the solo accountant, and the ethnic grocery. Our target location is not the hottest real estate in the trendiest zip code. Our target location is Northland, the top right corner of Columbus that extends from I-71 to New Albany and from Morse Road north to Westerville. It is home to more than 100,000 people. It is home to families from Somalia. It is home to Bhutanese families. It is home to Mexican families and African American families. It is home to Senegalese and Ghanaian families. It is home to my 88-year-old father and my 83-year-old mother who have been participating in their civic association for 50 years and who think Chinese food is very exotic. It is home to my 15 and 13-year-old children who bring home friends of every color and orientation. It is home to the most entrepreneurs in the city. And it is home to exactly 0 co-working spaces and 0 entrepreneurial centers. We know from market research that this area will easily support an entrepreneurial center fully rented by businesses that need just one office, just one jewelry display case, or just one food prep area. We know the event space will be rented on weekdays by academic and business conferences and on weekends for cultural and community gatherings. These rentals, even at below market rates, will provide the revenues we need to maintain our building located at Carl and 161, provide business training, and support community nonprofits and public schools. We know it's not easy running a business, and we could have a downturn, arguments among tenants, or a health issue in the kitchen. But that's the whole point. It's not easy running a business. Imagine you've been selling bread in a refugee camp for 15 years, in your native language, with no oversight, licenses, or taxes. Then you are selected to come to America, the land of opportunity, and you find you need an LLC, a 3-compartment sink, a $5,000 vent hood, an account with the BWC and ODJFS, a payroll system, a separate account at something called a bank, and liability insurance. And after all that, there are 20 other shops selling bread. And one has a really nice ad on Google that you can't figure out how to do, and everyone goes there to buy bread, leaving your store and its expensive vent hood a very lonely place. Now, imagine having a place to go where someone will show you the next step to succeed. In closing, this is where we live, all of us. We are committed to lifting up the Main Street businesses that are the lifeblood of Northland. These businesses can and will become pathways out of poverty for their families, a rebirth of commerce and tourism in Northland, the foundation for new urbanism and mixed-use development, and a proud symbol of the soaring spirit of our city. As a city council, you all give of your time and passion. I acknowledge you truly for creating with us and being part of this exciting project. Too often, the neighborhoods that have kept themselves stable for decades by attending meetings and coordinating block watches, neighborhoods like Westgate, Eastmore, Berwick, and yes, the great 25-square-mile expanse of Northland, feel overlooked sometimes in favor of trendy neighborhoods or extremely challenged neighborhoods. Tonight, we feel supported and encouraged by your consideration. Thank you.
Any further questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, I move for passage.
Please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you very much. That's all I have this evening in economic development.
Thank you, Chair. The next committee to come before council is the Health and Human Service Committee, chaired by Councilmember Tyson. Councilmember, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The first ordinance I have in my committee this evening is ordinance number 3116-2019 to make appropriation for the 12 months ending December 31st of 2020 for the Health Department's Grants Fund and to the Department of Health and various projects and object classes for the continued operations of grant programs and to declare an emergency. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is ordinance 3162-2019 to authorize the Office of the Mayor and the Columbus Board of Health to accept a grant from the Ohio Department of Medicaid to coordinate the implementation of maternal health programs in the amount of $4,520,000 to authorize the appropriation of $4,520,000 from the unappropriated balance of the General Government Grants Fund 2220. Over the next 2 years, grant funding will expand pregnancy options to priority geographies through the Heart of Health Family Centers and Primary One, while also strengthening prenatal home visiting teams at Ohio Health, Nationwide Children's Hospital, and Columbus Public Health. In addition, this grant will support culturally informed doula care through the community-based organization Restoring Our Own Through Transformation, maintain trauma-informed prenatal support through Moms-to-Be, and provide support to the community's information and referral line, Step 1 for a healthy pregnancy. Further, the grant addresses the gaps in service by increasing support for breastfeeding through the Black Lactation Circle and Teen Outreach, the Center for Healthy Families. And finally, this grant ensures that the community's strong core of community health workers at Celebrate One, Men for the Movement, and the YMCA of Central Ohio continue to connect women and families to services and resources that support a healthy pregnancy. Additionally, the Office of the Mayor and Columbus Public Health will receive $699,050.46 appropriate to Columbus Public Health for supporting community health workers and $707,601.11 for the Moms and Babies First Home Visiting Program. Again, this is very important legislation because it's very important in regards to infant mortality and reducing infant mortality of our babies. If there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Please call the row.
Brown, Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. The next ordinance is now basically going to be providing the dollars to those organizations that I just mentioned that will be partnering with the city. It's ordinance number 3165-2019 to authorize the Office of the Mayor to enter into several maternal health program contracts to authorize expenditure of $2,873,128.07 from the General Government Grants Fund 2220 to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Code 329 and to declare an emergency. And again, it's all the organizations I mentioned previously. The only one I did not mention was, I think, the Physicians Care Connection. And the reason we are waiving the competitive bidding is because these vendors were listed, were included in the grant that, the grant application that would be partnering to be able, again, to help us to reduce the infant mortality in our community. And again, if there are no questions or comments, I move for passage.
Ms. Colorado.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed.
Thank you. And I want to just say a special thank you to certainly all the sororities who are here, as well as Brown Girl Mentoring, and we're getting ready to read this important legislation. So I'm going to ask, so all of you can come up to everybody that I just mentioned can come up to the podium. I know there were a lot of you here this evening, and I want to say thank you to them that were here earlier. Normally the meetings are not this long, but this is the last meeting of the year, and everybody wants to get their legislation passed. So if you could all come to the podium, and representing the Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated Gamma Zeta Zeta Chapter and Gamma Zeta Zeta Educational Foundation will be the president, Ms. Charity Martin King, and then from the Columbus, Ohio Alumni Chapter of the Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, President Deborah R. Pickens will be speaking, and then from the Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority, Inc., Alpha Sigma Omega Chapter, President Charlene Free, and then from Brown Girls Mentoring, we'll have Jamie Blount, who's founder and CEO. The legislation tonight is ordinance number 3266-2019, and it is to authorize the City Council to enter into contracts with Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, Columbus, Ohio Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Alpha Sigma Omega Chapter, and of course, Brown Girls Mentoring, and the support of the Commission on Black Girls, and to authorize the appropriations expenditures of $30,000 in the Neighborhood Initiative Subfund. And these dollars are giving to these organizations based upon the Commission on Black Girls, which is focusing on girls 11 to 22. And it was created to help the city develop a better understanding of the issues impacting black girls in our community, and to provide recommendations to enhance their quality of life. And since our inception in 2018, the Commission has participated in fact-finding presentations regarding issues impacting black girls, hearing from subject matter experts on topics such as physical health, behavioral health, education, juvenile justice, child welfare, social media, and programs for black girls, and more. We've also heard from the girls, so we've heard from experts, but we've also heard from our girls, 422 girls in a survey. And I believe that we can change the trajectory of the lives of black women in this community, but to do so, again, we must do so by working with our black girls and giving them the resources that they need to improve their quality of life. And so we will be having the report out from the Commission in 2020, but based upon all the meetings we heard from our girls, there are certain needs that they have that I believe your organizations are absolutely addressing. And so we want to make sure that they want mentors, they want to be in leadership programs, they want to have an opportunity to be able to go on college tours. And so all of you are doing that amazing work. And we want to start providing some funding pretty immediately. And then we will continue to be working throughout 2020. And so with that, I am going to ask the presidents of the organizations to certainly share the work that you will be doing with the dollars from the council.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson. First, addressing President Harden, it's good to see you as always. President Pro Tem Brown, members of City Council, and of course, Councilmember Priscilla Tyson. I'm Charity Martin King, president of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, Gamma Zeta Zeta chapter in Columbus, Ohio. Standing next to me is the executive board chair of our foundation, Monique Hall Esquire, who is the leader of our philanthropic arm. In addition to the women that are standing with me tonight, are many of those who are directly responsible for mentoring our youth through our ArcaNet program, our From Girls to Pearls program, which is in its 13th year. And over the years, we have served through that arm alone over 250 young women who participate in a Rites of Passage program. They go through 13 weeks of personal and professional development, all the way from a generation to generation session to civic engagement, and then talking about the ABCs of finance. We thank you, Councilmember Tyson, for your leadership in addressing the many needs of Black girls here in the city of Columbus. And as a Columbus City School graduate, as you know, Eastmore High School alumni, your leadership and your trailblazing effort is greatly appreciated. It is the first of its kind through Columbus City Council, and thank you for being such a mentor to us. The monies that are going to be provided will go directly to funding our From Girls to Pearls program, in addition to our ArcaNets, which do a college tour. Several of them will be going on an HBCU college tour. We have done ACT prep courses, in addition to serving Black girls through our Adopt a School and our scholarship initiatives, one of which is in partnership with I Know I Can, providing $40,000 to a student who is attending Howard University. So thank you so much, President Tyson. I yield to our foundation chair, Monique Hall.
Thank you, and I will just quickly reiterate the sentiments of President Martin King. We count it as an honor and a privilege that you have entrusted funding to our organization. And as you know, it really is all about our girls. It's not just about programming, because we really consider this to be a ministry for us. And so we thank you and are very grateful for the funding. It will certainly help us to continue to serve our girls in the way that we have been.
Thank you. I just want to mention also, we heard that our girls have to have experiences. They have to have experiences, and these organizations are providing those experiences. And I just mentioned these girls are going to have opportunities from many of the organizations to be able to go on these college tours. It's important. We all know that education has always been the key for us to move forward. And so, but you cannot get that education. You cannot be what you cannot see. And that's why each of you are certainly role models for our young women, so they can be what they can see in you. And that they will get to have opportunities to go on these college trips. Many of them parents cannot afford to send them. Many of the parents can't afford to have them in their programs. So we're also helping to fund girls to be able to be a part of these programs so that they can have a better quality of life. And so I thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Councilmember Tyson.
Thank you to President Hardin. Nice to see you again, and the members of City Council, especially Councilwoman Tyson. Thank you again for your continued work in the community around youth programming. I am Deborah Pickens. I serve as president of the Columbus, Ohio Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. We are 300 strong, one of 1,000 chapters throughout the world of Delta Sigma Theta. I have with me my chapter officers, Angela Evans, our first vice president, Judy Alston, our second vice president, and Shirley Alexander Jones, who co-chairs our Delta Gems program, as well as other members of our sorority. The Delta Gems and Delta Academy are the two programs that will be funded under this initiative, and it's part of our educational development thrust. We serve over 75 young ladies annually through these programs. They're middle school, they're high school. We're teaching them leadership development. We're encouraging academic excellence. We introduce them to career options and career fairs, different venues for them to grow in leadership capacities. So as Deltas and as sisters in Greekdom, we consider ourselves leaders in the community, and as you said, Councilwoman Tyson, part of our role is to show them what a leader looks like, and a leader looks like us, it looks like them, so we're preparing them for the future. Our plan for the funds, and I appreciate it very much, we will do a self-awareness assessment before and after our program to help them grow and to make sure that we're hitting the mark in all of our programming. We also will fund with the dollars 10 young at-risk young ladies on a college tour. Then we're also doing a leadership development retreat. We're known pretty much for our programming and leadership development retreats, and the funds will help pay for 50% of a leadership retreat. Again, thank you for inviting us. I want to thank personally my members of my sorority for hanging in there with us. I know I have a ticket, so I'm not sure who can help me with that. But thank you so much. We appreciate it. We will make you proud, and I am just proud to be part of this historic announcement under the Commission of Black Girls. Thank you so much.
Good evening. Good to see you, President Hardin. Pro Temp Brown, good to meet you. Member Tyson, good to see you again, and all of you who are a part of the council. I am Charlene Free. I am the president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated Alpha Sigma Omega Chapter, and the program that you will be funding for us is called ASO Light, L-I-T, Leaders in Training. I became the president of that chapter last December, and I wrote and created this program coming into office because I actually wrote a poem for my parents in 2014 called The Little Black Girl from St. Matthews Street. I am from St. Matthews, South Carolina, and it's a very small town. And a lot of times when you're from a small place, people try to make you stay small from the place that you're in. And so I wanted to write something to let young ladies know that if I can make it, you can make it. As Councilmember Tyson said, being an example is what we seek to do in Alpha Kappa Alpha, and as well as all of my sorority president sisters and our organizations is what we seek to do. So with getting that middle school group, because a lot of times we do concentrate on the high school group, and we have a group for that called the Cadets, but this group, actually when they're inducted in August, we have them to say their names and say, I am the light. Because what we're teaching them is that you are the light of leadership in your school, in your community, in your church, and at home, because some of these young ladies are coming from homes where they may be the first one to go to college. They may even be the first one to finish high school in the times in which we live. And so the funds that you are giving us, we're going to have a leadership expo that is going to focus on emotional intelligence, critical thinking skills. As they go through the monthly workshops, they're going to be learning about various careers, STEM careers, and also job shadowing is a part of what they will be doing so that they're not going into high school or even college thinking that one career is right for them, and then when they see what it's really about, oh, I didn't know it took all of that, and so they're losing time in their leadership. We want young ladies to know that they can lead. Now, we're grateful for all of the boys and men that are leading, but we know that women can do the same thing and be on the cutting edge of making pivotal changes within our community. So as we teach them this, we're teaching them how to be leaders, but also to pull other leaders along, because it is my belief as a leader that leaders are to develop other leaders under them, and we want the Columbus community to have progressive leaders as they're continuing to move. And so those are the things that we'll be using your dollars for. Some of the girls have already come to us. They don't have the right clothing for certain things, and so we want to be able to give them what they need as they're standing and representing within the Columbus community. Thank you for considering us, and thank you for allowing us to have this program that we are starting and going to continue even past my presidency to make a difference in the Columbus community and the world at large. Thank you.
Thank you, President Free. Ms. Jamie?
Good evening, President Hardin and City Council. Wow, I'm coming behind some strong women. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you, Councilmember Tyson, for just even seeing the work that we do. We are out of the east side of Columbus. We are based out of Beatty Recreation Center, and this literally just started from wanting to make a change in the community which I grew up in. The sister before me said something so powerful about people. When you come from a small place, they want to keep you there. So for me, it was very important that I give back to the community for which I came, because it was some strong women who took me and showed me more than I thought I would ever see. And Ms. Frazier, which I'm sure you all know her, is a very driving force behind myself as well as my program, or our program. I have with me today Ms. Champagne Broswell, who is over our website design, and she's also one of the mentors that she comes into schools with us and do programming. And I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. Our goal is, with the dollars that you've entrusted us with, to build the leadership development piece of Brown Girls Mentoring. It is now called Brown Girls Leading Ladies. We had the vote from Tampa and now 614. So we are just really excited to be in this space. We took our first college tour at Ohio Dominican this year. We started, our testimony is we started with 12 young ladies, 2 of them being my own, now serving over 45 girls within the backyard, that small space, so to speak, in the heart of the east side of Columbus. And as you all know, in the area that we serve, which is the Old Town East area, those girls tend to get overlooked. They have lack of resources, lack of communication, somebody to be an advocate, especially from where they're coming from. It's easy to reach in and try to pull out, but when you know what that black girl is facing, going to school every day, trying to find means to be an adult and a child, which is my story, that's what made this program so awesome. And the support that we have from City Council, we truly appreciate, and we look forward to growing with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And her funds will also support 15 girls in her program. They'll have an annual girls conference and also supporting their program. And so again, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you and to your organizations. We truly believe in you, and thank you for making a difference in our girls' lives, and thank you for accepting more girls into your programs based upon these funds. And so again, I'm going to ask my colleagues for their support and supporting our fraternities and our sororities and supporting Brown Girl, not the new name, what's her new name? Brown Girls Leading Ladies, okay, and supporting them, and just thank you from the bottom of my heart. I truly appreciate what you're doing, and black girls are certainly going to continue to move forward based upon all your work. So to my colleagues, I ask for your support in supporting our girls in the community, and I move for adoption.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Thank you so much, and thank you for staying so long. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And my final piece of legislation this evening, and I know that, I think Andrea Lewis is here. She's still here. It is, she is a senior account executive from Paul Worth. And this legislation is ordinance number 3287-2019 to authorize the Columbus City Council to enter into a contract with the Ohio Opioid Education Alliance to support Denial Ohio, to authorize an appropriation and expenditure within the Neighborhood Initiative Subfund, to waive the competitive bidding provisions of the Columbus City Codes, and to declare an emergency. I'm going to, and I can add comments after, but I'm going to let Ms. Lewis have the floor and make her comments about this campaign.
Thank you, Chair Tyson. Good evening, President Harden, President Pro Tem Brown, and members of council. My name is Andrea Magana Lewis, and I'm with Paul Worth Associates. We're the strategic communications firm that has been retained to carry out the mission and vision of the Ohio Opioid Education Alliance. Dr. Kevin Dixon from Adam H. sends his regrets as he's not here because he's recovering from surgery. And the slated speaker for tonight, Amy Shadwick from Adam H., also had to leave, but I'm more than happy to provide some remarks, and I just wanted to take a second to provide some background on the Opioid Education Alliance. Really, this alliance is just over a year old, and it came to fruition as a result of Adam H's Opioid Action Plan, which was commissioned by Mayor Ginther, the city, as well as our local county commissioners just a couple years ago. One item in the plan was a need for a community engagement campaign. That's where the Nationwide Foundation came in. They said, you know, we're not experts in prevention, treatment, harm reduction, or public safety, but we are marketing experts. And so they offered their time and funds to create the marketing campaign that we all know as the Don't Live in Denial Ohio campaign. Now, 1 year since the Opioid Alliance's inception, we're proud to say that there are 90 statewide and local organizations, nonprofits, government, as well as our corporate businesses that have joined forces to support the Denial Ohio campaign. And really, the campaign has two major call to action, and that's we want people to talk to their children about opioids because they're 50% less likely to use opioids if someone, whether it's a parent, caregiver, mentor, talks to them. And we also want people to safely dispose of their prescription drugs. We're very thankful to Chair Tyson as well as Dr. Roberts from Columbus Public Health, who I know have worked very closely with the Nationwide folks to ensure that this campaign will be able to further extend its reach into our multicultural communities. The opioid epidemic, you know, discriminates against no one, and it impacts everyone. And so this additional funding will really enable this campaign to do outreach in a way that's more culturally and linguistically responsive to the needs of all community members. And so we're eager to carry out this plan and connect with our Radio 1 partnership, the faith community, and our local organizations that serve the people. So I'd be happy to take any questions, but we thank you again for your support.
I certainly, first of all, want to thank my colleagues because this has been we've been working on this legislation almost all year because it was very important for us to make sure that the Alliance has this multicultural outreach program for the urban and minority communities to build awareness of the Denial Ohio campaign and generate interest and advocacy for resources available to support the prevention of prescription opioid misuse and abuse. And we've been working, I said, like with Dr. Roberts and her team. The Denial Ohio commercial and a pre-written PSA read by DJs will run across all Radio 1 stations. Radio 1 DJs will speak about the Opioid Alliance on air and hold 8 on-air interviews with the Alliance spokesperson over the next 12 months. We will also run ads on the Radio 1 suite of websites, and ads will be pushed out through their social media channels. Additionally, we will also sponsor and present at the Kickoff to Health event in March of 2020, as well as be an associate sponsor for the Joyful Noise Choir Fest. In collaboration with Columbus Public Health, the Alliance will hold focus groups with members of the Hispanic and Somali communities to better understand how the Denial Ohio message resonates cross-culturally. In collaboration with the Adam H. Board of Franklin County, the Opioid Alliance is meeting with faith leaders to address the topic of prescription pain, pill misuse and abuse. And additionally, Radio 1 will host a faith leader lunch in 2020 to educate the faith community of ways to address the issue with their congregation. And again, that will be working with Dr. Mashika Roberts and her team. So are there any questions or comments? And I think that was important for our dollars to be able to support have a multicultural outreach, and we certainly will have it with these dollars. Yes. So if there are no questions or comments, I now move for passage.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Thank you. That's all I have on my committee this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. The final committee to come before council is the Rules and Reference Committee, and I chair that committee. I have one resolution, and then I think I have a bit of cleanup to do on a resolution from earlier. The first ordinance I have, 3189-2019, to repeal Section 2323.171 of the Columbus City Code pertaining to illegal possession of rate of fire acceleration firearms accessories and to declare an emergency. If you don't mind, I'm going to kick it over to City Attorney Cox to provide detail.
Thank you, President Harden. This shouldn't take more than 15, 20 minutes. That's okay with everybody. Actually, this is a pretty straightforward ordinance, and it's rare, if not unprecedented, that we're repealing a city ordinance because of something that either the federal or state government has done positively to affect gun violence. In this case, the federal government has amended the rule dealing with bump stocks to include them essentially within the definition of a machine gun, and as such, under state law, that makes it a dangerous ordinance, not to be confused with the dangerous ordinance under state law, so it makes it a 5th degree felony under state law because we can only make things misdemeanors. Our ordinance then conflicts with state law, so this would repeal the local ordinance on bump stocks.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Are there any questions pertaining to this ordinance? Seeing none, may please call the roll, clerk. Please do that too. Thank you for a second. And now you can please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Passed. The final piece is the resolution 30342X dash 2019. It's a resolution to commemorate and celebrate the work of Gary Baker. If there is no question or comments, may I have a second. Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. On behalf of my colleagues, we just want to wish everyone a safe and healthy and happy holiday season. Thank you to the directors and the administration for the hard work that you've put in over 2019. We've certainly appreciated working alongside you to move the city forward. And thank you to my colleagues for the sacrifices of service that you do each and every day on behalf of our residents. And yes, and certainly thank you to our security detail, Sergeant Ayers and Officer Fenton. We really, really appreciate you each and every week being here with us and to keeping us safe. Seeing no further business coming for council, may I have a motion to adjourn? Please call the roll.
Brown, Dorans, favor, Remy, Tyson, President Harden.
Council is adjourned. We have one speaker.